All right. Well, well. Welcome, everybody. The Xbox 2 podcast is finally live after our delay because things happen. Wasn't here, and now I am. So we can discuss all the incredible things that happened this week. A lot of drama, a lot of cool things. And if you don't know, I'm Randall Thor 19, the man with the million. And with me, we have Mr. Jesimus Cortimus of Windows
Yo,
Central here
hello.
as usual. And
That's
yeah,
me.
we're gonna have a great show. A lot to talk about. A lot of things going on in the industry, Jazz.
There is a lot of things.
There is a lot of things.
A lot of things. It's been Gamescom. It's been GTA. It's been game announcements. It's been platform announcements. We've had stuff from Xbox. We've had stuff from, publishers and oh my lions and tigers and bears. Oh my,
Oh
you
my,
know.
oh my. Do you wish you were at Gamescom this year? I mean, seeing
Yes.
all the
I
posts
do.
and all the videos, you're just like, man, I wish I was there.
Yeah, Genbox 360 went for us, and I was like, oh man, I'm going to BlizzCon. I'm traveling to England, and then I'm going to BlizzCon. It's like, do I want to do like even more traveling? I just thought, you know what? I'll just cover it from home this year. But then, yeah, huge regret seeing all the pictures, getting the FOMO, seeing all the games people played. Yeah, I'm jealous. I'm super
Mm,
duper jealous.
super
Oh well.
duper.
Hopefully, if I manage to keep my job, they'll be next year. But we'll see what happens with that. Oh man, tough times, bro. It's tough times.
When is BlizzCon, by the way?
BlizzCon, well, I'm leaving for BlizzCon on September the 11th, and I think it starts on the 12th or the 13th.
Okay, so you're
So it's
leaving.
a couple of
So
weeks
you're
away.
leaving on a Friday.
Yes.
So are we not doing the show that week?
Uh, well, you could either do a co-show with some a guest, or
Oh yeah,
I'll
but
see
you
if I
but
can
you but
settle
you won't
in the
be
hotel room or
you won't
something.
be around on. So you're leaving the 11th, and so when's BlizzCon?
Yeah, like the 12th or the 13th.
Okay, so then you'll be back for the following week.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, should be.
so I just
And
gotta I just
God,
gotta.
I am hearing some very, very exciting things about BlizzCon this year.
Oh yeah,
I'll put it that
surprise
way.
surprise! Jez is excited for Blizzard show. Shocker. He'd be excited if they weren't showing anything. He'd be like, "I'm here with Blizzard."
Yeah, true that. But I think people who even aren't that interested in what modern Blizzard looks like might have some good reasons to tune in.
Like what?
Hopefully, you'll have to wait and see, bro.
Hmm.
I ain't leaking shit from that.
Yeah. You say that always because last time you leaked something, didn't happen. So So what happened with Ori, bro?
What?
What
What?
happened? What happened with?
I never leaked Ori.
Oh, what happened with the game that might
What?
might be at Gamescom, bro?
What? 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 What?
What?
What game?
I
What
don't
game?
know. I mean, I read a newsletter. Like,
Xbox announced a load of games. What are you talking about?
oh yeah. We're just gonna avoid the topic, skate around it. That is
Well,
true. That is
it was
true.
in
That is
it
true.
was
You
in the
did not
newsletter as
say
a
anything.
pending investigation.
Was it? Did it
Yeah.
literally have pending investigation on it to cover your butt?
It sure did. It sure did.
Nah, it is true. You didn't
Because
say it was Ori. That was Nate to Hate and other people who said it was that. And man, like,
yeah.
did Moon Studios and Thomas Mahler come out and put the kibosh on that real quick? Thomas Mahler's taking victory laps. Thomas Mahler.
Yes,
You
indeed.
see, Thomas Mahler said to Nate, "If you come at the king, you best not miss." It's like, whoo,
Yeah,
whoo.
that was so strange. Like, bro's just reporting information he heard. And to be fair to Nate, that was the game that I was talking about. That was
Mm,
the game that I heard was coming, was Ori 3, like Nate did. And I know I don't have the same sources as Nate. I know for a fact that I don't.
mm.
And this was a thing that was going around. So, but I've got a high bar for doing this kind of thing. And typically I don't leak game stuff anymore. So unless someone else is going to leak it. So I was like, okay, well, this is going around. I need to investigate it. And it was being shared in a lot of places where like rumors tend to pop up. So I thought that there must be something to this. No smoke without fire, right? And I did speak to Nate about it. And I was like, the only thing I know now is that there is nothing being announced at Gamescom, but I don't know if this game actually exists or not. And if supposedly the game is in, I think Nate spoke about this. Supposedly the game is in development by Mercury Stream, who made Metroid Dread. And I was
Mm-hmm.
thinking, like, that's they're Metroidvania aficionados. That kind of makes sense. And in fact, this is an old rumor. This was going around like a
A
couple of
year or
years ago,
two
I want to
ago,
say.
because it was leaked into like an email, like an official Xbox document where like it mentioned like games you're excited for, and it included like Gears Z Day and then like Ori and the Children of Nibel or whatever, right?
Nibel, yeah.
So
And it's really weird because I spoke to people at Moon, um, and they said that they'd met with Microsoft. Uh, they'd met with Microsoft earlier in the year, and there was no mention of an Ori 3. But it was kind of like, did was Microsoft keeping it secret from them? And then I spoke to sources at Microsoft, and they were like, they were basically like, "There's no Ori 3," you know. And I was sitting there thinking, like, man, I've never had a rumor like this. The way this came to me, and I suppose the way it came to Nate, I've never had a rumor like this where it was seemed so true, but then ultimately wasn't, right? So I went, I spoke to Nate about it, and we kind of had like similar kind of tracks of information on it from different sources. I'm just sitting there like, thinking, like, how did this emerge in such a weird way? And I'm sitting there wondering, like, is Mercury Stream working on a game that looks like Ori, maybe? And that's some wires got mixed. Were they working on a game that was Ori and it got cancelled with like John Romero's game
yeah,
at the
like
summer?
we know because we know Xbox canceled some games in June, like the Project
They cancelled a lot of games.
Fantasy at IO Interactive. So I sort of wonder if like maybe somebody saw a document. Because remember how like Forza Horizon in Japan leaked was like somebody had a
Yes.
document that basically said, "Oh, Forza Horizon is finally coming to Japan. It's actually going to be announced at Tokyo Game Show."
Yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
the document was kind of being shared behind, DMs or
That's what I
whatever.
was.
So I sort of wonder if like the Ori thing was true, like they were working on it. I mean, clearly something was happening because there was an official like Xbox survey that included the title. And I sort of wonder if all like the layoffs and stuff, like they like maybe the plan was to debut it at Gamescom like in May or whatever, and then like it got canceled in June,
Got
and
cancelled.
then like
Yeah,
some of the
maybe.
people who had the information like it wasn't updated, and like it's like, oh, this is supposed to be there, and then you're like, oh, okay, and then it's actually not. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
Well, this is
potential,
why, like,
or
I
maybe
was
it is real. Maybe Xbox, maybe they told Thomas Muller it's not, and it's not Ori 3, but it's Ori, and it's maybe it's
something
not called
spin-off.
Ori, but it's
Yeah.
in the Ori universe or something, and I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? But it was just
Yeah.
interesting to see that, like,
I was trying to get my hands on a document before I committed to it. 'Cause I was just like, this. I don't know, something feels off about this. You know? And I was like, would they really not tell Moon that like, it doesn't feel like Xbox's MO to not tell the creators that, hey, we're working on this with another studio because we know you guys are busy with No Rest for the Wicked or whatever. Didn't feel like Microsoft's typical MO after covering them for so long. Because, like, Moon seemed completely unaware of it. So yeah, I don't know. Happens, I suppose.
mm,
But yeah. But there were plenty of other games announced at Gamescom,
there definitely
and
was.
a very, very big one announced on Netflix, or revealed on Netflix rather, I should say.
Yes.
So let's get into
Yeah,
some
so let's
cool
do
shit.
real quick here housekeeping. Thank you guys for hanging out with us today, choosing the Xbox 2 as your destination for prime listening on Friday live, or if you're listening to this later on iTunes and Spotify. We appreciate all of you. Hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. You know the drill. Um but Jez, we do have a word from our sponsor, Surfshark, correct?
We do indeed. We have a word from our sponsor, the fine folks over at Surfshark VPN, uh, who want to give you maximum internet privacy.
Almost for
Consider
free.
almost for free. Yeah, it's like $2 a month with our spectacular deal, link of which is in the description. Consider Surfshark VPN. this week's epic Xbox 2 podcast sponsor. Surfshark VPN is your all-in-one defense for maximum browsing and maximum privacy. Whether you're streaming shows from abroad, chatting online, browsing the web, Surfshark keeps your data fully protected with lightning-fast speeds and support for unlimited devices. That was an echo round. Did you like that?
Yes. The reverb and everything was fantastic.
Yeah.
Mhm.
For true internet freedom, Surfshark breaks down digital walls with ease. No more geo-blocks, no more limits. Unlock global content, explore without borders, enjoy a smoother ad-free experience thanks to Surfshark's clean web feature, which blocks ads, trackers, and malware before they can take a bite out of your day. And with a strict no-logs policy on RAM-based servers with advanced encryption, your browsing history stays firmly with you. So here's the offer. Xbox 2 podcast listeners get an incredible 86% off a 2-year Surfshark plan with an extra 4 months thrown in. That works out to just $2 a month to keep your data away from shady government quangos, trackers, and other types of online annoyances. Take back your online freedom and hit the description to get started. Search safely, surf securely, and surf with Surfshark. Woo!
You gotta do like a reverb on the roar, like roar.
Right.
Yeah.
So, also, this until August 31st, you can also get a good deal on Surfshark One, which is like Surfshark Ultimate. It comes with like Surfshark VPN, but then all the extras like the ad blocker and a ton of extra stuff. So, if you're gonna check them out, the deal for Surfshark One ends on the 31st. Otherwise, the regular 86% off a 2-year Surfshark plan that works out to around $2 a month is still active in for podcast listeners until our contract runs out. So yeah, thanks Surfshark for sponsoring this video, and check out the links in the description.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, we also have the incredible and very sexy Patreon members. Q&A thread is open for those that want to drop us a line and answer at the end of the show. And we got some Xbox 2 MVP shout-outs here, which I'm going to get to. We got Adam Bartolo, Alon Grogu, Asa T and Madison, Battered Haddock, Briggs Country, Bright Tundra 1, Chris M, Conquer, 1031, C. Woody, Silas, Deku 2511, Discarded Caboose, NX, Frederick, Good Old Collinwood, Governor Grimm, I Mike Zero, Hinner Machine, James Moore, James Wiseau, Justin Duel, Just James 93, Katrox, Laserwolf, Matt, Murray, Nerds and Other Legends, Pat Rock, Frosty, Psychomantits, Ron Marr the Only, RS Donk, Sean Kramer, Shay Elephant, Shrapnel, Trickster for Trey, Vito, Wagerman, Wolf King KPZ, and Youngblood 8. Thank you guys. I see some new names there. It's always cool to see new names there.
Yeah, we've got a lot of new members recently, so thanks to everyone who joined. There's currently a 50% off deal, which probably helped.
Yes,
so yeah, if you've been considering subscribing to the show, it's currently 50% off.
There
thanks
you go.
To everyone for joining.
Thanks everybody for joining. So, there's a lot of things we could talk about, Jez. A lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna throw it to you, so you can pick the first thing we talk about. What is the thing that is most on your mind that you want to discuss here?
I want to talk about Grand Theft
Automatic. He's ready going right to Grand Theft Auto 6. Okay. Didn't expect that from you.
Grand Theft Automobile, not Automatic.
Grand Theft Automobile. Like, because there's a part of me that feels that you don't care about this game, that this is like a normie game, this is a hype game, and considering you're the one who just plays everything like super, what do they call you? Or what do you used to call me? Even though it's really
trending game.
Like, this is the trending game, the ultimate trending gamer game. So I sort of feel like and considering that you sometimes in your gaming opinions you are quite the contrarian.
Bullshit.
I'm expecting to see like
bullshit.
But what do you mean?
Contrarian?
Everybody knows in the chat that you're one. You call me the trendy gamer when in reality you're the trendy gamer, right? Everybody knows that you like to just have these opinions that are just outside the norm, like contrarian. Yeah, like you don't like things that people like, or you like things that people don't. Like this is a common thing. We've been doing this podcast for years.
Bros,
Everybody knows you're a contrarian.
bro, smoking crack.
So I'm sort of expecting you to hear something along the lines of, "I watched the Netflix thing, and you know what? Roblox better," or something along those lines of saying it didn't look that impressive, or I've seen 360 games that look better, or whatever, something that you could come in there and just being like, World of Warcraft is way better looking, or something dumb where you could insert yourself into it. So okay, let's
Oh yeah,
talk Grand Theft Auto. Let's talk. What
let's
what'd you
talk Grand
think?
Theft
What'd
Auto.
you think about the presentation at Netflix? What'd you think about the reaction to it?
I thought
Here we
it
go.
looked
Here we go. Oh,
absolutely,
okay. Oh,
unequivocally
unequivocally. Okay, yeah, yeah, yeah.
mid. Nah, I'm
That's
joking.
exact.
It
Oh,
looked fucking it looked fucking amazing.
oh,
Like
okay.
you can't even fake contrarianism about that. Every pixel,
Mm.
every sequence, every little detail. I was like, man, this dev is just
Yeah, well, I mean,
unfucking
what other
trustable.
dev has billions upon billions of dollars to make their game and all the time in the world to make it? Nobody.
Well, this is the thing. Like, I feel like other publishers would pocket that money or give it away to shareholders or do something like that. Like for whatever reason, Rockstar has just maintained this like, yeah, we're gonna make the best games in the universe, and even if it costs billions and billions of dollars, it's. I just thought it looked groundbreaking, and it's kind of what we all expected. I would have thought. I see there's loads of people on Twitter like analyzing everything. I saw some people were clowning on like backflip he does when he's jumping in the
Sure,
water
sure,
and
sure.
stuff, and
I like the fact that you can
nitpicking
even do that. I mean, I
everything.
don't expect everything to look super silky smooth, but I was like, all right, like okay, okay, Jason, do your black flip. Let's go. I'll be
Yeah,
doing that.
I there was a lot of I thought there was a lot of nitpicking, and there's a lot of people who are
Well,
rooting for the game to fail,
yes, yes.
and
There's a lot because of
I'm just sitting there
the
like,
yeah. There's a
I
lot
think
of
it
that
just looks
because of the
fucking amazing.
leaks, right? Cyber leak. There's a lot of that because
Mm.
of they're not selling a physical copy of the game. So
And
there are
also
people
they're
that there's a lot of it because they feel like the price isn't justified. Like not necessarily the $80 version, but they feel like the $80 version is not the full game. Like the actual full game is the
yeah,
$100 version.
it isn't.
So they feel like there's scummy practices involved with that.
I agree with
And
that. I think it is scummy.
yeah, I mean, I would agree with that too. And even me, I'm gonna buy the $100 version because it's like, well, look at all this extra stuff. Why, whatever. So there definitely is a contingent of people that want this game to fail, like want this game to fail. So it sends a message that we want physical, and we're not going to be, like we're not paying this amount of much for anything. And it's like you picked the
Yeah.
wrong game to kind of. It's kind of reminds me of the people that like tried to go up against the Odyssey, and
Oh
then the
yeah.
Odyssey like just bish slapped every single one of them. And it's like the same thing
Yeah,
here,
yeah.
where it's like, yeah, you could want that stuff, but like, it's not going to happen. It's literally going to be the biggest entertainment launch in history. So
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt about it. I just thought it looked great. Like,
yeah,
and I think is I haven't built it up in my mind to be like,
hmm
oh, this is gonna
yeah,
change
yeah,
my
yeah.
whole life.
Because I've always
I
just
just
was
wanted
like, it's Grand Theft Auto. It's going to play like Grand Theft Auto, and that's
yeah.
what it is. You know.
Like, what do people expect? I wanted a game that was at least as good as Red Dead Redemption 2, and
Mm.
it looks everything that and more. I like their games because they're good games. I don't like them because my entire life and my identity revolves around Rockstar like some people do. I'm not going to bother going around nitpicking every single little bit in detail. I'm just going to be like, I've been playing these games since I was a little kid. I literally own a copy, my copy of Grand Theft Auto 1, you know, and Grand Theft Auto 2, and I just, and but some people have made it their entire identity, and where it's just the discourse becomes exhausting, I think. But I think for most people, most average people who just want a good game, it just looks fantastic to me. So I don't know, man. But maybe that's the contrarian take. Maybe the contrarian take is like, oh, it looks like a good game. you know, just basic ass, you know. Are we allowed to just think a game looks pretty good now, or does that has to be like like hours of discourse and years of nitpicking and all the rest of it? You know, I mean, yeah, I don't know. I just thought it looked fantastic, you know, and all the extra little bits and the details and the stuff like the you know the handling you managing your car and you know the money stuff and all the rest of it. I think it's just sounds fantastic to me. Like that's
The,
what I
the,
like about Rockstar's games. Immersion. Give me the immersion. I want every sliver of immersion, all
mhm.
of it. That's what I want
Yeah, I was impressed. I
personally.
was impressed by how it looked. I didn't remember. I didn't watch any of the leaks because I was like, one, I don't need to be sold on a Grand Theft Auto game, and I don't need to see leaks or a game presented and not like the optimal setting that I know this game will be at. Right. Once I saw what the leaker actually was showing, how like desaturated it all looked and everything, I'm like, nah, there's no point watching these things. So
Yeah, I didn't watch them either. I was just
when this presentation started, I was like, yeah, this is what I expected it to look like. And because there was a little bit of like skepticism with the trailers being like, well, is this what the game's actually going to look like? How much of this is gameplay and how much is cutscenes? And they give you a healthy mix of both here. A lot of gameplay
mm,
versus like cutscenes and stuff. And it's like, yeah, that is an expensive looking game. It is a beautiful looking
oh
game.
yeah.
uh I've seen people talk about how this is like really the first true next gen game on PS5 and Series X. And really, it probably is
Mm,
going to shame a lot of other open world games. In fact, like probably most other games where there's always
given how
some
much it's
sort of,
cost, it probably
well,
should.
yeah, well, that's the point. It's like nobody else has the budget. Like, games always sort of, they cut corners in some aspects. It really seems like
Mm.
Grand Theft Auto, like this is like not gonna do that. Um, Man, those nightclub scenes or any sort of the scenes at nighttime, I thought looked fantastic. Like, there's even the stuff where they're driving, like there's like dirt racing and car racing, and I've seen people suggest, man, it even looks better than Gran Turismo or Forza Horizon. I'm like, I wouldn't go that far, but it did look pretty cool for what was shown and like quick snippets of stuff. Because there was a couple sections where they showed decently length whatever, but none like full missions, I would say. But man, it gives you this sense of scale, like when she jumped off the building and like parachuting down and you could see the city and everything, and it's like, oh my god, like this is gonna be crazy. I will say, maybe my
Oh.
one big negative for this
Rand's contrarian confirmed.
is I
Go on.
sort of don't like Jason's voice.
Oh yeah, like I can see that. I
He
thought it was
seems
mumbly.
mumbly. Like I don't
Yeah,
I don't know. Like and
my brother talks like that, and I was like, oh my god, he talks like you. Because I watched it with my brother, and yeah, he's kind of mumbly. But I was also sitting there thinking like, isn't that kind of like interesting in a way?
it's a
It feels almost more realistic because there are people who talk like that, you
sure,
know, who
sure.
don't talk like they're in a movie. Maybe it's part of his personality, like understated. Like he seems like the quiet one, right? He doesn't seem
Yes.
like the brains of the outfit. Let's be real.
Oh, the
He
brains,
seems
the
like the
brains and the booty of the outfit's Ana Lucia.
yeah, yeah. So she's like the kind of like I don't know. She's the one who does the talking, and he's the one who does the beating the shit out of people. It's kind of the vibe I was getting from them, you know. So maybe it's like intentional to give them like a heavy contrast, you know. But I don't know. I understand why people are like, huh, he's mumbling a bit, but at the same time, it didn't bother me too much. But maybe
Yeah.
it's just because my brother literally talks like that.
Well, it's interesting
Sometimes
because
I'm like, Al, I
there are
can't understand what you're saying.
there's in games that have dual protagonists. It's funny because like I remember sometimes I feel like if you pick the wrong one or the one you don't necessarily jive with, like you'll have a worse experience overall. Like I remember playing Assassin's Creed Odyssey, and you could choose between Cassandra
Cassandra,
or
and
who was the male
uh,
guy?
Bob.
Not Bob. Alexios, right?
How the fuck did you remember that?
I just
That
remembered
is
it.
crazy.
And it's funny because
Your memory's crazy.
I remember me and Colt picked Cassandra, and I think at the other time, like I remember Dealer and Zocker had picked Alexios, right? And because I remember like just hearing their voices and being like, I don't like the voice of Alexios. So I picked Cassandra, and I feel like I loved Assassin's Creed Odyssey more because Cassandra was the right pick. Like she had more range in her emotion, in her line delivery with more emotions and stuff than I felt from the stilted Alexios, who's trying to be too much of like a Greek badass. And any sort of time I see clips of Assassin's Creed Odyssey with people playing as Alexios, I'm like, oh, you picked the wrong version, right?
Mm.
And then I think of Cyberpunk's 2077, which also has dual protagonists. Well, actually, yeah, I mean, dual protagonists in the sense that you could pick one or the other. And I didn't really jive with male V, although people swear by male V. And I'd be
I
very,
swear by Malcolm.
and if I were ever to play Cyberpunk again, I definitely would pick male V just because it'd be at least a sort of different experience. Because I picked female V and I love that character so much. I felt like that was the best choice. And I don't know if I'd like the game as much. So I sort of feel like I don't think this necessarily will be the same thing for Grand Theft Auto, but I feel like already just watching this extended look, I'm already like in my mind, I'm going to choose Ana Lucia for most of it. You know? Because I feel like I feel like she's like the more interesting character, or at least the more
Especially to look
expressive character.
from the back.
Well, it's sure there is that.
She's
Aspect.
expressive from the back.
You said it. I didn't.
That's what you were thinking.
I know,
we were all thinking that. You guys were thinking that. You were thinking that. Everyone was thinking that, bro.
Yes.
Don't put this on me. You were all thinking that. You were all thinking that.
And I sort of wonder, well, maybe that's like Jason's arc or one of his character journeys, you know. And maybe you miss out on that or what have you. I don't know, but that was kind of like my one sort of like negative, and it's not even a negative takeaway. It's just like whatever. Maybe it'll be fine as I'm playing through the game, because I think they did say like the campaign is like 80 hours long, which seems like a long time. But you know, that's funny because me and you were talking about like the whole thing of, you know, time, how people view value, or time is like value, or if like it's a short game and $70, they're gonna be like, it's not worth it, you know, 10 like $70 for a 10-hour campaign. Bullshit. And it's part of the reason people feel like that, because then you get games like Crimson Desert and you get games like Grand Theft Auto that give you hundreds of hours of playtime for $70. So they feel like there's some sort of sliding scale there, where if a game offers you that much and then another game offers you 3/4 less of that, then like you should be paying less. You know what I mean? I never really believed in that, but I think that's also one of the reasons for the proliferation of longer open world games, that you can get more. They can say, oh, our game is this long, so it's like worth your money. And we've definitely seen that over time, where people are like, I'm not getting this game because it's too short, it's $70 and it's 5 hours long or something. And
yes,
what?
No, continue.
So well, yeah, no, so it's just like there's that aspect of like time versus length. But other than that, man, like, game looks beautiful. Very interested, and I don't know, man. I've been looking forward to it forever. I mean, I guess maybe you could say one of the complaints is it's Grand Theft Auto. It's like Red Dead 2 and a Grand Theft Auto skin. So if you were expecting something different than what it is, maybe you'd be disappointed by that fact. You know, if they, because when I did Xbox era day one the other day, like Nick was disappointed that
Oh, Nick
You know,
was disappointed.
Nick
I'm
was
so shocked.
disappointed, which I guess is like something you can always say, but he was disappointed that it essentially didn't fix Rockstar's gameplay. Like the heavy
What's wrong
movement
with?
thing. Well, I don't know, because he said it doesn't really play well, and I said, yeah, but
It does.
most people
It
don't
does
feel
play
that way.
well.
Well, people would argue that it plays extremely well on PC, but on console there's like a delay, because the characters have movement, and so like it's depending on
Yeah,
who
it's
you talk
it's
to.
supposed to be immersive,
I
man.
know, but the whole thing is that like people don't mind it, and some people love it, and he's like, and I'm like,
I
well,
love it.
why would Rockstar fix it when clearly everybody loves it? And he's like, well, I don't love it. He's like, well, they're not making the game for you, Nick. Like they couldn't care less if you like it or not. Like that's how
Nick's got Fortnite brain, man. He
he does
wants it
that
to play
Fortnite
like
brain.
Fortnite. He wants it to be like super fast. He wants Lucia to be able to build a tower, and he wants the car handling to feel like Rocket League. Let's be real. Let's be real about this right now. That's what Nick wants out of Grand Theft Auto. So I'm not shocked that he was upset with it. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what people expect. Like, do they want like a cover shooter like Gears of War or something? I don't know. I want Rockstar's games to feel like I'm playing a Rockstar game,
Yeah,
you know. So
and I
I,
guess
I'm glad they've kept the vibes, you
and
know.
I suppose outside of what the game looks like is the performance of the game, and the fact that it seems like it's just going to be 30
Oh yeah,
frames, which is what I expected
Filmic.
it always going to be. Filmic is back. Filmic has made a return, and
Didn't some
suddenly
insights?
everybody loves
Sorry, go
30
on.
frames again.
I wouldn't say everyone loves 30 frames again.
Well, I
Maybe not
mean,
yet. But didn't wasn't there some insider
yes,
last spring said
yes,
something like it was going to
yes,
be 60?
yes.
Who was that?
They bet their account on it. Yeah,
They
absolutely.
bet their account that it was going to be 60. Who
Yes,
was
at
this?
least on the pro. That was Detective Seeds,
Ah, right.
but Detective Seeds has since then changed his name, so you can't find him
Oh,
anymore.
really?
Yes.
Oh,
So
well, probably for the best.
yeah.
If he promised people 60 frames and it didn't
Well,
materialize.
I mean that's the thing.
Uh,
Like Digital Foundry, said that this is like the most impressive thing they've ever seen, and they were always beating the drum that the game's gonna be doing 30. Like it's doing all these things, it's gonna do in 30. Like the CPUs aren't that. Even on the Pro, the CPU on the Pro is like only 10% better. So maybe, and I think I thought somebody say a report that GTA 6 is like 1440p, 30 frames. So like maybe on Pro, maybe it does like native 4K or something like a much higher resolution and possibly like a 40 FPS mode, but they're definitely not going to hit 60. So
well, I'm like, I'm more interested how it's going to run on the S
yeah, that's
because
very interesting.
that is because this is a RAM heavy game. You know, it's got a lot of NPCs, it's got a lot of textures and all kinds of shit popping off. So I'm just kind of sitting there wondering, like, what kind of technical wizardry are they gonna be trying to pull off for this? You know, and I'm just kind of wondering, like, are we looking at 20 frames per second on the Series X?
I don't know.
Oh
Well, they'll
man,
probably
because it's the
definitely
it's the
lower
ra-
the
it's the RAM
resolution
thing.
and maybe turn off some of the ray
Reduce
tracing
the
stuff to get it to maybe it runs at 1080p 30 or
well, for me,
900p 30 or something.
it's the RAM that's the issue there because you're wondering, like, it's the amount of NPCs on screen, stuff like that. Uh, especially when you're driving and there's things, you're driving fast too, and things are like loading in and like basically into temporary memory. It makes me wonder, like, is the lack of RAM going to be an issue there? Like, will crowd density be lower and that kind of thing? I mean, I imagine it'd have to be. Like, one thing I did notice, like, when you're driving the car, and I wasn't sure if this was like, um, was this intentional to give the car a sense of like speed? Because your peripheral vision when the police chase scene, your peripheral vision is very blurred. And I was thinking, like, is that like meant to be like motion blur, or is that just trickery to maintain the resolution on where your eyes are looking, or both, potentially. Because there is obviously going to be trade offs with all of this shit. Like there were trade offs to GTA 5, GTA 4. because they're going for something that other studios don't do. Like some studios will be like, okay, we want to hit we want to hit 4K 60 for definite. So we're not going to make an open world game, or we're going to make like a semi open world game with like linear segments that sort of mimics open world. You know, like I was stunned when I did my Gears E-Day preview. Like Digital Foundry's talking about Grand Theft Auto being the best game they've ever looked at. I think Gears E-Day's campaign is some of the best visuals I've ever seen in a game. But especially because it was like 4K 60, like crisp as hell. But I'm also sitting there reminded about the fact that it's linear. You know, even the more open segments are pretty linear. Like you're in like linear streets, and like the stuff you see off in the distance is like not real. It's like camera trickery and all that kind of stuff. There's nothing wrong with that. It's still immersive as hell. But it's like it's the trade-offs that you would make. So like if you're making a more linear game, then yeah, you can hit higher resolution, higher frame rate, whatever. But if you're trying to make a sandbox simulation, perhaps the best ever sandbox simulation, the one that feels the most immersive with the most realism and all the rest of it, you're gonna run up against some kind of compromises until hardware improves or until like there's more optimizations you can do. There's optimizations on Xbox's side that can do with the operating system, free up some extra stuff for the game to run. You know, I have noticed that some games on Xbox seem to have uh additional access to the system where it's like when the game's running, the guide menu performs worse on some specific games because I feel like Microsoft's given them like even extra resources or something beyond the scope of what is typically allowed. I don't know. But 30 frames for me, Rand, I've said it forever. I don't mind 30 frames, bro. I'm reviewing a game currently in 30 frames just for the filmic visuals, you
Mm,
know, the full blown Hollywood style treatment. Just watched The Odyssey in 30 frames or 24, whatever it is for movies. And I was like, you know what? Every game should be 30 frames, bro.
mm.
Give me every game at
Well,
30 frames. I
you
want
could
that filmic experience, bro.
you could make the argument that like Rockstar. I mean, it's certainly possible Rockstar could be like a week before the game comes out, and they say, by the way, there is a performance mode. But I think they already said it's 30 frames on PS5 and Series X and Series S. Like, maybe it's like maybe it does run at 60 frames on the Pro. I doubt it, but it's certainly possible. Like leading up to it, like whatever they could be like, hey,
Yeah, maybe.
because look at what the Blood of the Dawnwalker just did. It got roasted last week for only having 40 frames as the performance mode. And then a
Hmm.
week
Is that
later,
out yet?
no, it comes out. It comes out next week. But then a week later, they're
Oh.
like, actually, it also has a 60 FPS. I sort of wonder if they felt that the announcement of 40 frames maybe hurt the potential of their sales. Like they saw people cancel pre-orders, or suddenly interest for the game went significantly down,
Hmm.
and they were like, okay, well, we need to make sure that people they know that like this is available, because then they said, oh, the 60 FPS patch will be there day one, meaning it's probably not there for reviewers, right? And because they got roasted for it being 40 frames, and then immediately came out soon after and said it's 60 frames, and people are like, oh, like even me, I was like, I'm interested in the game, but I'm gonna play Amnesia first, so I was like, Blood of the Dawnwalker is gonna go on my backlog, and I was like, one of the reasons I was also okay with it is like, oh, by the time I can get to it, maybe it'll have a 60 FPS mode, and it's like, oh, I don't have to wait long because it's gonna be, you know, basically the same day. So you never know what can happen. There still is like, you know, the game, because Rockstar made that post on Twitter, finally like acknowledging the leaks or whatever. And like, did you see some of the responses to that like tweet? Like people were going in on Rockstar and all. Like
I
I don't
didn't
know.
see
Like
the responses.
there is a weird cult of personality sort of around this game with people that like people have. Like you sort of mentioned it
Yeah.
earlier. Like people's whole identities are wrapped in and around this game. Like this game is basically like a stand-in for X thing they don't like in the game industry, like that sort of stuff, right? And I get it. I mean, it's going to be the biggest entertainment launch ever, and there is a sense of potential like we've always said, or
Dread.
I've always said, is that this industry is very much a copycat industry. Developers will look around and whatever's working, they will copy it, right? Like that's why there was those run on battle royales for a bit because it was like, oh my god, PUBG and Fortnite battle like everyone's doing battle royales because that's what people want. Copy, copy, copy. Third person cover shooters, Gears made it successful. Copy, copy, copy. Like the Uncharted, Tomb Raider stuff. Copy, copy, copy. Modern Warfare uh, reinvents multiplayer. Suddenly, everybody sort of copies its leveling up system and stuff. Like copy, copy, copy everywhere, right? And
True that.
you look at like Grand Theft Auto, and even Grand Theft Auto has its copy clones. They don't do them anymore because it's probably prohibitively expensive. But I guess maybe there's a fear that like GTA is so successful that other publishers being like, well, maybe
FIFA to 80.
maybe we can do this too. You know what I mean? And it's like, bro, you can't stop. Don't even think of that. Like any publisher out there thinking that they can just copy GTA and get the same results, like you're out of your mind. Don't even bother. Like this is it. Like you can't. So like you're just it's just a lot of pain and heartache and layoffs and cancellations incoming and just throwing money in a burning pit like that if you're going to be trying to chase this game. Just let it exist as its own thing that that you can't copy. And you saw watching this trailer and you realize how excited people are for it. You understand why literally every game moved away from it. Because there would be nothing else. Like when that game comes out, all people are going to be talking about is GTA. Yeah, maybe Nintendo fans will be talking about Ocarina of Time because GTA is not on their platform, but that's it, man. It's just gonna be GTA everywhere forever. Well, not forever, but until basically I don't even know when. But yeah, there's no room for anything else. So
until Dawn of War comes out, then everyone will be playing that instead.
Right? Yeah,
right?
it may be an alternate universe.
Right.
In an alternate universe where Warhammer is as big as Grand Theft Auto, sure.
Hey, Warhammer is as big as Grand Theft Auto, to be honest.
Yeah, sure.
Let's check. Let's check Games Workshop's revenue.
Probably nowhere even close. Probably. But anyways, you mentioned Gears preview.
They got shareholders.
You mentioned Gears preview. I know you got to play a little bit Gears. What do you think?
Yeah, so I played Gears of War campaign. 2 missions.
I heard there was judging from some other, like one was a more linear style mission and one was more open worldy ish.
Yeah, kind of. So yeah, so I suppose the best way to describe it is okay, so yeah, GTA is a little bit bigger than Warhammer, I guess. Sorry, I was just checking the incomes. It's slightly bigger.
Yeah, slightly bigger.
Yeah, so yeah, I played Gears of War Day campaign, 2 campaign missions. It's about maybe an hour ish, an hour and a bit, maybe. An hour and 20 minutes, something like that. So it was sort of like it was in the middle of the game, or well, it was I think it was after like the first couple of missions in the game. So like it was like the 4th mission or something like that. Can't remember exactly off the top of my head. But it was some part way through the game. And Dom and Marcus are, they've got this kind of awkward relationship going on because they're not really that close, but they're, Marcus was closer to Dominic's brother and didn't know Dominic that well, and it's they're kind of awkward, right? It's kind of awkward between them. So it's interesting watching their relationship develop at the early parts of the game. It's very professional. It's not like it was in Gears 1 and 2 and 3. It's all very professional, and there's like there's things that are sort of feels like these guys need to have therapy or something, at the moment. But they've been through a lot already. And so what really struck me above everything else was the more chaotic tone it kind of strikes. Right, I feel like Gears 1, 2, and 3 are post-apocalyptic, essentially. The world's already destroyed. The cities are gone. You're fighting through ruins and abandoned wrecks, and when you meet the what do they call them now? You meet some like when in the first game when you go and pick up the vehicle. They're called what do they call them now off the top of my head? I can't remember. They're called like the abandoned or something like that. No, the stranded. That's right, the stranded. Oh, they basically call the people who like living in slums and ruins and like they're homeless. They call them like the stranded or whatever.
Mhm.
I think that's what they call them. And everyone's it's basically Fallout. Like the world's already gone.
Right.
But this is like different because the world isn't destroyed. There are people still in their homes. There's still like NPCs running around and being murdered in front of you, and it's like apocalypse in progress. So like everything about the game reflected that. Like uh they have to inject more detail in the game because everything has to feel lived in and realistic. There has to be shops that are, left untouched, which means more destructible stuff in the shops, more detail in the shops to make them feel lived in. Like there's literally food still on the table and that kind of thing, for one thing. But also, like, even the music takes on this more sort of like frantic, panicked kind of tone, where the old games were more like almost melancholic in a way. Um, but it was all the good stuff. It was like it's still Gears, but it felt fresh because of that tone shift, right? So that's like how I felt playing it. Obviously, like we played the Siege mode beta, so you know how the gunplay feels. Like feels really good, really crunchy. The weapons feel a little bit more rustic because they're older, but they sound great. They sound brutal. All the rest of it as you'd expect. But yeah, the interesting thing was how they're handling wide linear. I wouldn't call it open world at all. It's definitely what I'd call wide linear, maybe. It's still quite a linear kind of experience, at least the parts that I played. But they're sort of dense, they're dense urban environments. So there's a lot of buildings, and they were like, well, there'd be opportunity here to tell some little side stories. Like, for example, you get a map and Marcus draws on it like the Silent Hill map, sketching out like the points of interest and what's going on, like making little notes, and also like sketching out the roadblocks, just like Silent Hill, actually. Um, and you, as you're going around, you'll meet soldiers and stuff, and they'll be like, "Oh, there's some civilians trapped in this apartment complex. Can you go and save them?" And then if you save them, you'll get weapon parts or weapon mods. The same kind of weapon mods you get from the campaign, right? So it does seem like they've made an effort to give you reasons to explore. There's like lore objects, different characters you meet, and the rest of it. It's very optional content, but it's still also like it's literally there. So you can skip it if you want, but I don't know why you would because it's more opportunity to kill locusts, which is the point of the game, right? So yeah, like, but the visuals are just mind-blowing, amazing lighting, fire effects, like, when they, first show the boomer, it was like he walks through fire and the fire it was like some of the best fire effects I've ever seen in a game. Like, the Coalition always kind of raises the bar for what you can do with Unreal Engine, I feel like. Um, yeah, it was just immaculate, so if the campaign is beefy, as they say, and it has those sort of like, I don't know, the sort of emotional gravitas that I feel like Gears 2 had. I don't think Gears actually, no, that's a lie. I think Gears 3 had some of those moments. But like I always come back to Gears 2 when I'm thinking about like the sort of like emotional weight that Gears can deliver, you know. Some of the scenes in Gears 2 are absolutely burned into my brain. And Gears 1 as well, Gears 3, sorry. Like, Dominic Santiago's entire story arc is just kind of devastating. It'd be hard to deliver that kind of weight in a prequel, I think. And it'd be interesting to see if they can pull it off, but if they do, I genuinely think this could be the best Gears game ever, and furthermore, I think you might be right, Rand, that they'll stick with this era of Gears for the next 3 games, and we
Mhm.
probably won't get a
Yeah.
sequel to Gears 5
I
anytime soon.
mean, I told you writing was on the wall, bro. I don't know
Yeah.
why you and Paris are so against that when I originally brought that shit up. It's like, bro, they can say all they want. I don't believe them. I don't believe them. Like,
Yeah.
why would you go backwards? People are definitely going to want more
Yeah, yeah,
stories
yeah.
of Dom and Marcus, and they have a long range of. It's not like E Day happens and then immediately Gears 1 happens. There's like 12, isn't there like 12 years in
There's
between?
a there's a decade, yeah.
There's
It's
like
a
literally
long
you could
time
make
of
a lot
E-Day.
of games if you wanted to. Like you don't
Yeah.
it's not like you do this and it's like, "Oh, well, we told the story, there's nothing left to do." It's like, "No, there's plenty of hell, they even go back and what was the war before like the
The
locust
now, the Pendulum Wars,
the
I was
pendulum
always wondering,
wars.
like, would they actually do the Pendulum Wars? Because that's human on human, and they've
Sure.
never done that in Gears before.
Well, I mean, I think it was like the prologue of 3 or something like pendulum wars related. But I mean, like I said, there's a lot there to
Yeah.
mine, and it's like if they feel like if they like I always said, if this is a big success, you just do Gears E Day 2, and then you do a Gears E Day 3. And considering how long games take, that's the other point. Was like this isn't like the 360 gen where oh another Gears game comes in 2 or 3 years. It's like well you maybe get another Gears game in 4 or 5 years, and then by the time you do a third one, it's you're looking at like 2036, almost 2040. It's like, yeah, like what would be the point at
Yeah,
that
and,
point?
Septon Phoenix in chat says, "Pendulum Wars were 100 years long. They ended, and then 2 weeks later, it was Emergence Day." So,
See,
like, like, humanity's, like, recovering from, like, some grisly
yeah,
civil war.
yes,
You know, and all their weapons are designed for, like, human urban combat. They're not
hmm
designed for fighting subterranean war beasts, you know? Like, the whole game kinda revolves around that, but, like, in a previous interview, they have said, like, because I think I read an interview years ago where someone asked, they were like, "Would you ever do the Pendulum Wars in a game?" And they were like, "Yeah, Gears has always been about, like, human versus monster, really," and, you know, and I think they said something like the age rating of the game would
sure,
change or
yeah,
something like that, I
probably.
don't know.
Well, isn't Gears already a
Um,
mature game? So would the age
yeah,
rating
I don't
change though? I
know.
don't know. I
Or the
mean, the
Peggy
fact that
rate, I don't
you
know.
can chainsaw people in half, I would imagine the game's M for mature.
Yeah, and it's like it is it is human on human kind of when you play PvP, and like, I know one team's a locust and one team's the cog, but like you are cutting the humans in half when you play as the
Yeah,
locust. Maybe you get would what about a game where you play as the locust?
and,
You know,
hey.
I'd play a game where you play as Ram. That'd be sick.
Mm.
But there's so much they could do with Gears Ede trilogy. You know, we could tell the origin story of Ram. We could tell, you know, it's got to lead into like how Marcus ended up in prison. You know, because he's being busted out of jail in the first game. There's so much they could do there. You know, um, yeah. So I'm just really excited for the future of Gears. Like, I think this is Gears. This is a real opportunity for Gears to really get to that sort of like unmissable kind of level. Like, I've always
Mm.
played Gears because 'cause they're fun and it's out of almost habitual as an Xbox fan, but I think this might be, like, the first Gears game that is truly, like, has the broad kind of appeal that the first games had back in the day. Like, definitely the modern era, like, it does feel like it'll have that kind of impact if the
Yeah,
whole game's as good as what I played,
and
so
Gears did have a trailer during Keeley's show. They showed off story trailer. It definitely wasn't the launch trailer, right? I'm pretty sure it was like a story. I don't know if it was a story or the launch, but
it was a campaign
it
trailer,
was
I
a
think.
really good trailer. It was really well done.
Mm.
It gets me even more excited for the game. So, and it's funny to hear Jeff Keighley say an Xbox console exclusive. He made sure to say that. I wonder if that was in the contract where it was like, we'll give you you have to say this, Jeff.
True
Um,
that.
because yeah, and then there was a lot of marketing surrounding the game being console exclusive and stuff like that. They're really like trying to nail that home. But moving on from that, very interested in Gears. Can't wait to play it. Uh, Later on when it launches. God, we got a gambit of games here coming. It's like all of September, and then like Gears will be here, and it's like, all right, we're almost there. But
Yeah, you.
yeah, where do you want to go next here? There's a lot of different things here.
We should talk about we should talk about my one of my game of the year contenders
Yeah,
that you're salty about.
we'll talk about that in just a minute. I want to talk about like an actual topic instead of just talking all about like games all in a stretch and
You
boring
wanna talk
people because you
about
want to talk about some
well, do you
stupid
wanna
XCOM game.
do you do you wanna talk about, do you wanna do super chats so that I'm back up, or do you wanna
Uh,
get them in a bit?
we'll get them in a few minutes. Let's talk about uh
Positron?
yeah. Let's talk about Positron. Let's talk about Dista Digital because holy shit, the reactions to Dista Digital have been ridiculous in both a good way and in a I can't believe you're this dumb way.
Mm.
Um, like seriously, I get like skepticism, sure, absolutely. Corporations, they're never your friend. Like regardless of whatever it is, like whether it's Microsoft, PlayStation, Nintendo, Meta, Amazon, or whatever, like none of them are your friends. So I get like a healthy dose of skepticism should be kind of implemented in whatever else. Like you shouldn't always believe everything you read or that every company has like your best interest in heart, right? But holy shit, some of the people that are trying to do backflips to kind of fit their agenda or to make up something that seems to be a pretty good thing into something nefarious and devastating.
Nefarious. Yeah.
It's like holy shit. So the Projectron or Dista Digital thing has kind of been talked about since like I don't know, leaked since like June or like probably like even before that, where it's like, oh, Xbox is working on this thing to turn your physical library into digital copies, and it's kind of based off of the tech from 2013, which is it's like Don Matrick has returned, ladies and gentlemen. The fact that this only really works because of the backbone that they did for 2013, with we all know how that went, right? Like where you need a 24-hour check-in and each physical game would give you a digital copy, and then all the shit about like trading the game to a GameStop or whatever, giving to your friends, like all that rigmarole that PlayStation wiped away the next day that just said here's how to share games, and that completely ended everything, right? Like this only works because each one of these discs that Microsoft produces since the Xbox One, and this is the reason why it only works with Xbox One and Xbox Series games. It doesn't work with 360 or the OG Xboxes because I guess there's like each disc has a identifiable like marker or like a number attached to it. So like when you put it in, it knows what it is. So that's why it can give a digital copy. So when you give it to somebody else, it knows that to take it away from you and then give it to that person because it's like a unique disc, where like other companies like PlayStation essentially couldn't necessarily do that because they're not like written that way or whatever the technical thing is. But it's like if you're really excited about this, then realistically you got to go and you got to give praise to Don Matrick for not only destroying Xbox all the years ago, but actually laying the groundwork for this digital announcement. Crazy how this
Yeah,
happens.
it's ironic, isn't it? You
It
know, like I
is.
saw someone posted a viral tweet that was I think it was, Hazardor, who expected Xbox's DRM to be the savior, you know,
I don't.
because that's kind of what it was. Like they developed this tech originally for the DRM model, which it was gonna be it was basically gonna be this. It's just people weren't ready for it, you know. And
Yes.
um and they really scuffed the messaging, and they were talking about like digital, check-in times, and like I was told by a Microsoft engineer that there was never gonna be a check-in time thing. It was just a complete clusterfuck of misunderstanding by execs and a sort of hubris about um how they were going to deliver the messaging, and they just assumed like Xbox was super popular and everyone would be cool with it. But apparently, I was told that was never the plan anyway.
Mm,
But by the time all that shit popped off, it was just too late or whatever.
yeah.
But anyways, fast forward to the current year, and now we've got things like Steam's family stuff, which family sharing stuff, which is exactly what Xbox was going to do. They were going to have let you share your games with like a whole load of people
Yeah, but then
in your.
I've talked to people that says that that feature was hardly ever even thought out.
Yeah,
So
but it was something they talked about though, you
sure,
know.
sure, definitely something they
Um,
talked about.
it's something that would have come down the line, I suppose, like Steam's did. Like Steam's family sharing plan only sort of emerged in the last few years, you know. So, but the conversation hinges wider on like digital rights and what we have.
Right.
We buy these games and developers can shut them down, and
I mean, hell,
a lot of
Sony sent
mobile
an
games
email.
get shut
Sony
down in
sent an
2 years.
email on the eve of the PlayStation blackout to their players to remind them that they don't own shit. So,
Yeah, I really think they
which,
did that to head off lawsuits and stuff. It kind of feels like.
well,
I don't know.
I mean, because PlayStation blackout's going on this week. For those of you that don't know, that's where if anybody wants to take a stand against PlayStation for their announcement of, hey, we're not doing discs, physical games after January. So
Mhm.
a bunch of the people that are very, I guess you would call the leaders of that movement, because there definitely are a few of them that consider themselves the leaders, and some of like one of them is definitely fucking annoying as shit. Hey, but I'm all for like people consumers fighting for their rights against billion-dollar corporations. Even if I don't really have a dog in the fight and I don't play on PlayStation and I'm all digital and have been for 11 years, like fight for what you think is right and it's your money. Like I get it. Like there's a part of me that would love to see consumers take down $1 billion corporation and make them change their policies. That would be fucking awesome. Just from like us little people. Yeah, we made this big corporation bow down to us because of our combined uh you know economic
Pressure.
like weight, the pressure that
Our
we put.
collective, our
Yes.
collective action. The word you're looking for is
I don't
collective
think
action.
I don't think PlayStation gives a shit because I think most of the people that matter like they don't give a shit about any of this stuff. But I mean that's neither
Mhm.
here and there. That's not directly about this, but it is. I don't know if it was a mistake or just like one of those things where Sony was just like twisting a knife and further, where they sent out those emails or whatever to make. It's like okay, so there's been a lot of speculation, a lot of talk about like what does the future look like for Xbox and PlayStation when it comes to physical? Like we definitely do need more digital rights, right? All that sort of stuff. And here Xbox makes this announcement with a tweet from Asha, which like blew up, bro. Like Asha's tweet, like let me see here. Asha has on this tweet um 27 million views on this.
What the? How
Seven
many
point
likes is that?
7.5 thousand replies, 31,000 retweets, 207,000 likes, 27 million views. And she said, "Your physical games library is more than a collection of discs. It holds years of memories and stories worth preserving. Starting next week, Xbox insiders can unlock a digital entitlement for supported physical games. We'll start with thousands of titles and add more as we can." Right? And if you go to the Newswire blog, they they have a little bit more in here. They said this is a part of our broader commitment to game preservation as technology, device, and distribution continue to evolve. Preserving access to the games people own matters more than ever. Most Xbox One and Xbox Series X disc-based games support this new feature. Most. Obviously, they're not going to say all, because I still think it's up to like publishers and devs to determine whether or not they want this feature to work for them.
Yeah.
Players can claim a digital entitlement by inserting a supported disc into an Xbox One or Series X console and launching the game. Once the entitlement is claimed, you can experience the benefits of digital, including Xbox Play Anywhere and Xbox Cloud Gaming where supported, while your physical disc continues to work exactly as it always has. We're starting with thousands of titles and will continue to add more over time. While not every title will be available at launch, this is an important step towards a future where players can have greater confidence that the games they buy remain with them for years to come. And like I said, there's a wide range of replies and stuff to this because I think for the most part, the response this was pretty positive, right? Like it's
Yes.
like oh, the disc that I already own, I can just slap it in there and I get a digital copy because it sort of almost makes the physical copy worth more now. Like not saying that it always wasn't necessarily worth more because you can do more with the physical copy, right? Like they're usually cheaper after a certain amount of time. You can resell them, which is not something you can do with the digital disc or a digital game. But now the physical gives you the digital version. So like if that game is Xbox Play Anywhere, you can essentially you get a PC version for free. You
Yep.
can play in cloud gaming for free.
Yep.
You go ahead, Jez. I gotta answer this phone call real fast.
Oh, Ash is calling Rand. But yeah, I was like, we knew this is exactly what Tom Warren reported. So, you know, it leaked initially via, I think Red PHX on Twitter, who data mines stuff, and he found references to Positron. And then Tom Warren investigated what it was with his sources, and he found out exactly what it was. So I just want to drop a huge shout out to Tom Warren for accurately reporting on all that
Yeah.
stuff, first and foremost.
Tom was all up in that for sure.
It was all over it, yeah. So shout out to Tom Warren at The Verge. He absolutely nailed the reporting on that. And then yeah, I remember a lot of people were like, "Oh, there's no way it'll work like this. That's too generous. They're giving
I
away
mean,
too much."
it is pretty generous, right? Like, because
It is, yeah.
my thing, I think when we first started talking about this is like, well, if I gave the disc to a buddy and he didn't take that system online, could he use the disc offline while I also then use the digital like copy? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know how. Well, I guess we'll find out next week because I sort of wonder if to
I'll be
claim the
testing it
digital
thoroughly.
thing, like you'll have to be online.
Okay,
You
so
know,
the
that's
way
that
it
sort of
works
stuff.
is, yeah. So the way it works is you put the disc in, right? You have to be online to claim the digital
Right,
entitlement.
that's what I thought you would have to be.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah.
And
So
I know there's a lot of Xbox discs that don't even really work offline that do require updates or downloading the full
yeah,
game, right? So like,
yeah.
you know, so they're gonna
So
be like,
it seems to basically you put the disc in and it generates a code for you that you can attach to your account. And then if you use the disk on another Microsoft account, then it generates a code for them, and then you lose access to
yes,
the
you lose
disk,
access to it.
much like you would if you gave a disk away in real
Yes.
life, you know. And I've seen some people be really confused about this because it's like, oh my god, they're going to take my disk away, and it's like,
Yeah.
bro,
I've
like
seen that.
that's how discs work. You give the disc away, you lose the game.
Well,
That's
I've seen
exactly how
people
physical work.
I've seen people suggest that once it's tied to your account, that like the disc gets deleted, like the Blu-ray drive
Yes.
on the Xbox will delete all the information on the disc, so you like
It's
lose the
like,
disc, and it's like, are people
yeah.
this dumb, or like, is it because they don't trust
Are they
Microsoft,
rage?
or they
No.
just be like, it can't be this because you know this is too good to be true? Because they're like, realistically, there doesn't seem to be any drawbacks. You know, sometimes obviously there might be some caveats of like, well, you need to be online to take advantage of it. Sure, like a digital copy, no shit, you can't download a digital copy while you're offline. But like, I've seen people suggest like, what's to stop somebody from going to GameStop and buying like 200 digital Xbox games and then claiming all the digital licenses and keeping those forever? It's like, well, because as soon as they would
No shit.
trade them into GameStop and someone else gets the game and puts it in there, they lose it. Like, granted, you could go to GameStop and get a game, give yourself the digital license and trade it back in, and who knows, if nobody ever buys that game again, you'd have the digital license until somebody
That is
decides to
true.
do, like, you know? Or like,
That is
oh,
true.
like GameFly or whatever. I'm gonna GameFly, all these. Like, they thought somehow, like, the first person who puts it in gets to keep the digital license forever. Like,
You'll keep the license until someone's
until
used it.
somebody
So,
else uses it. Yes.
but I suppose like what would happen is GameStop would probably like put the disc into their console
Yeah,
and
but it's
license
like
it to themselves
maybe. I mean, that seems like a
to
lot of
stop
work
you
to
from
just be like
doing that.
whatever, like to just because not only you have to launch the games, it's not even enough to just put it in. You got to put it in and
Mm.
launch the game. Do they go through all that trouble? I don't. Does it matter if like you buy the game, grab the digital license, and then trade it back to them? Like, you know, it's whatever. But either way, this is an announcement that's very cool, right? Like because it does make the sense that like, wow, you know what? I'm all digital. There was a thought of like, actually, physical games might be worth it because you could essentially get them for cheaper. They give you the Play Anywhere version. You get cloud gaming, but it's more like, oh, space. Plus, I also have a game share, which keeps the cost of games down because essentially $35 a copy. and that would essentially negate game share, right? Because you can't really share that. But for everything else, it's like this really just seems like a great announcement for people that have a large physical games library, which, you know, judging from the sales metrics of the Xbox One and how digital heavy the platform is, we don't not many people really own physical on Xbox, right? But they would probably own more Xbox One games. But yeah, I was sort of flabbergasted by the I don't know if all of it was intentional, but there is definitely like people because it spawned like a sort of different conversation rather than talking about how the tech is cool. People were talking about like, oh, there might be some slimy things behind it because they could remove the license whenever they could. But it's like, okay, if that were even the thing, you still have the game disc, so you could still play it, what have you. But then the idea that this is a confirmation that Helix won't have a disk drive, because then it comes all way back to that. And it's funny because I feel like these two things are two totally separate conversations. Like there's the just the digital announcement itself and all the things it can do. And then there's the discussion about next generation and Helix and whether it will or won't have a disk drive. Some people are cocksure that because of this is confirmation that Helix cocksure.
What?
You never heard of that word? Never heard of that word when someone's cocksure?
No.
Bro?
You mean cocksure?
Cocksure. Yeah, like
as in your balls?
As in COCKSURE, bro.
Is that what it means?
Yeah, I mean,
you bet your cock on it. Is that what it means?
Cocksure. Look, cocksure is an adjective. Listen,
I've never heard that before.
I'm gonna read you the definition, and you're gonna be like, oh, cocksure is an adjective that describes someone who is excessively, aggressively, or annoyingly confident, often based on inadequate grounds or without any room for doubt. So you don't like. That's why I describe these people as cocksure. Because they're annoyingly confident, they're aggressive. Like it's how you're a writer. How do you not know what cocksure is?
It must be is it American slang or something? I don't know.
Yeah, core definition: completely certain or self-assured, usually to an unpleasant, arrogant, or presumptuous degree. I mean, like, did I not nail like the complete, bro? Like,
yeah.
Okay. Either way, like, because these people make the argument that this proves that Helix won't have a disk drive, which we've debated countless times. And I think both me and Jez do think that Helix won't have a built-in disk drive, but the best you could hope for is potentially like an add-on, like a disk drive add-on that PlayStation sort of does. But maybe the response to Sony stuff sort of changes it. I mean, Asha then did recently talk about the idea, which we'll mention, but like we'll talk about Helix being affordable, which is very interesting dichotomy between Sarabon talking about Helix being this premium device and like Asha talking about it being like one of the core tenets is to be like affordable. You know, definitely seems to be like...
Well, the definition of affordable and premium have changed a lot.
Sure. I guess there is that. So there are these cocksure people that this... You're going to have to use this in like an upcoming article or something.
I will.
That this means that there's no disk drive. And you could make an argument based around it, meaning that like Xbox is putting this out to everybody with enough time before Helix where people can digitize their entire physical library so that when Helix does come out and it doesn't have a disk drive, at least all of their entire library will work on Helix. Instead of like Helix coming out and then, oh shit, I need to digitize my library, but then Helix doesn't have a disk drive, so then you're kind of like, oh shit, I need to keep my Series X or my Xbox One around to be able to do this sort of stuff, right? Like, at least that's how they essentially do it. Like, this is them sort of smoothing over the transition between, you know, supporting physical and then completely getting rid of physical. But then there are other people who will say, actually, that doesn't make any sense, because how could you offer like a feature that needs a disk drive to be able to use, but then not include the disk drive in the new product to be able to use it, right? Like
Hmm.
essentially, if Helix didn't have a disk drive, then this just the digital thing is useless because nobody will be able to use it to actually take advantage of said feature. So there's like you could make arguments based around both about whether or not they will. And I sort of even wonder if they themselves even know. Because I remember Tom Warren reported that no decision had been made on it yet. And I think they've been closely monitoring the PlayStation stuff. And I know, like, they're probably not going to say now. I mean, who knows if Helix is next year or if Helix is 2028. But like, I imagined a scenario, and I don't know if this will actually happen, but if let's just say Xbox was going to support physical moving forward. Let's just say Xbox actually was going to include a disk drive in Helix. Would you even announce that now? Because I sure as hell wouldn't. The
I
time
mean,
to
you
announce
could
that,
wait for maximum impact,
the
right?
maximum impact would be like, we have a showcase where we're showing off Helix for the first time. And at the end of the showcase, pre orders are going to begin. And at the end of the showcase, you make a surprise announcement being like, and by the way, we're supporting physical. Helix will have a disk drive. And that people can then
Mm,
immediately take action by pre ordering a console instead of announcing it now, where you can't do anything about it now. Like, there's no pre order button for Helix. Like, sure, you
no.
might someone might be like, well, I'm going to support Xbox now and buy a Series X, but I think like that is sort of unrealistic. So if Xbox was deciding to do it, the announcement would come when it would be most beneficial, uh, tied to something where you could actually physically take action, where it was like, here it is, it's got a disk drive, and you can pre-order it now. Because then immediately people will be
Mhm.
like, they can make that split-second decision and be like, oh, I'm going to support Xbox to do this pre-order. Instead of now, when we don't even know when Helix is coming, and then saying this, and then come to find in 2 years that maybe they didn't even really care that much and it was all useless anyways. That's at least when I would take advantage of it
Are
if I was actually planning on having a disk drive.
you cocksure about that?
No, I'm not, because I'm not
Well,
excessively aggressive or annoyingly confident, because Rand is never annoyingly confident. Rand's just annoying.
oh, I don't think Rand's annoying. Um, but I suppose like one of the things I was told, um, and I put this in my article about it, which made the rounds a little bit. I saw Spawn Wave retweeted it. Um, was that I was told that it's less about the discs themselves. It's more about the collapse of the supply chain that provides optical disc drive manufacturing. A lot of companies that it's just economies of scale and the reality that there are adjacent industries now with with similar components that are more lucrative. So like when you're making like a disk drive, you need lenses, lasers, and all that kind of stuff. And because like the footprint of physical disks have shrank so much to the point where it's not even worth making a disk drive that is compatible with the Series X, and PlayStation 5. Sorry. It's gotten to the point where it's just like we can pivot our factory to make something that's way more profitable, more lucrative, and furthermore has future opportunity for growth. Whereas like the assembly line that we've got now only has future opportunity to shrink, you know. Um and I spoke to my source about this and I was like, well, what's the deal with vinyl? You know, because vinyl record's kind of growing. And he's like, yeah, but look how much a vinyl record is. And he was like, when I was a kid in the 80s, vinyl record was like what, $3 to $5 or something. And now, like, you pay like 30 to 40 quid, you know, like $50 for a vinyl, or like $30 if you're lucky. So you do have to pay a premium, like, to get access to that stuff. And then even to complicate things even more, making a vinyl record player, it's just a needle, you know. It's not the complicated components that can read a Blu-ray. Um, it's a different kettle of fish entirely, you know. You can get like a really cheap vinyl player because they're not hard to manufacture compared to an optical disk drive. So I think like what Microsoft will probably do is they do have this sort of game preservation mindset. And I think like what they might do, and this is again, this is based on my expectation, my analysis, and not really any sourcing. My expectation is that Helix will have they will make an external disk drive for Helix, and they will make them for as long as the supply chain lasts. So like they'll be very adamant, like, look, guys, once this is gone, it's gonna be gone. So if you want this, you better buy it now, kind of thing. I think that's probably the best you can hope for, with regards to that, because I don't see Microsoft funding the entire supply chain just for Xbox. It's just not gonna be viable. It would increase the price of the box because, like, the box would be then subsidizing the supply chain. Microsoft doesn't even own the Blu-ray format. Maybe they'd even have to come up with some other format. I don't know. All these things, like, increase costs, especially when Microsoft already has a cloud infrastructure for delivering digital games. It's kind of a shame that it's the end of an era. I'm not someone who's affected by this because 'cause I've been all digital since Steam came out, basically. Um, I remember people railing against Steam for doing this back in the day, and like, "Oh my god, Half-Life 2 requires Steam? Like, what is this?" Like, even back then, people railed against this. But, like, over time, people started to trust Steam, and Steam has so far steered people right with their digital libraries. But yeah, even if it's like, "Oh, I trust Steam," maybe you don't trust the publishers, right? And I think that's totally valid and fair. But I also think there's a reality here where most people just don't really care enough about it. Like that PlayStation blackout thing, I don't think that's having any material impact on PlayStation whatsoever, personally. I think a lot of the people who are talking about doing it are probably actually still playing Fortnite when they get in from work, you know? It's like it reminds me of the Modern Warfare 2 boycott back in the day, where it
Yeah.
was like, "Oh, yeah, Modern Warfare 2 boycott," and then it was like, "Oh, this is actually the top selling game on Steam now," you know? So, yeah, I think yeah, I really wanna see what Xbox does with this stuff and how they present it. Um, it's weird that Xbox is the one, ironically, people are hoping to fight for this,
Mhm.
considering Nintendo moved on from discs with the
Yes.
GameCube. Oh, no, the Wii U. The Wii had
I
discs,
mean,
sorry.
like
My bad.
GameCube had mini discs, right?
GameCube had mini discs. The Wii had DVDs, I
Yes,
think,
we had, and then the
and
Switch
then
has cartridge or
the
cartridges, I
Switch
guess.
has
I mean, they got
SD
game key cards
cards,
now, right? SD cards or
Game
whatever the
Key
hell.
cards, yeah, and then
Well,
like
because
PlayStation are the ones that have sort of come out first and been like, yeah, we're getting rid of this. And I suppose like they kind of had to because Xbox fans have been primarily digital
yeah,
for a
I
longer
mean,
period,
I
longer
think
clip.
any any Xbox fan expected Microsoft to be the one to go all digital first.
Yeah,
Like they just knew, like
yeah,
considering how, I mean, half the consoles that Xbox sold this generation don't even have a disc drive.
yeah.
So
And
if
Game Pass
anybody,
doesn't
yeah,
have a
and
disc facility.
we've seen the Circana information where it was like, 92% of Xbox is like all digital, and that they barely sell any physical copies. So it's like, yeah, we all expected Xbox to be the one to do this. Nobody expected it would be PlayStation.
And they're the ones
So
trying to fight for the
yeah,
people's
so like,
digital right.
so now that PlayStation
Oh
is
man.
basically, I mean, it almost sort of seems like they're rubbing their user base's face in it, like by sending the emails and talking about this stuff. Then it's like it's like comes up to Xbox to save it for the industry when like everybody's always make sure to mention that Xbox is like third place and you know sucks, and also like is the how the Series S ruined everything, and it's like the console that has the least amount of users but also has the most amount of impact. So it's like it comes down to Xbox to save the physical format, and it's like, yeah, about that. Like, what? I mean, it certainly would be an interesting thing, and if they did, but like it's like they're probably like thinking about the way to get out of it too, and now it's more seemed as like an opportunity to maybe be on the right side, potentially, get some more, because I honestly don't believe anybody that would say if Xbox comes out and says they support next gen, I'm switching to Xbox. Like, I don't believe you.
I don't believe a single person
I
saying
think
that.
it's just all just talk. And
Yeah.
when it would come to actual action, I sort of feel like they'd be like, actually, no, I'm not doing that, right?
I
Um,
hate to say it, but I think Sony's completely right that this is not going to have an impact. You know, I think Sony's right. I think really people don't care as much as maybe they even think they care. At the end of the
I
day,
think
convenience is
individual
convenience.
people absolutely do care. I don't think people
I
are
think there's all I think there's plenty of people speaking about it who barely even play games,
sure. I
to
mean,
be honest.
the gaming industry is definitely, especially on YouTube and Twitter, are definitely full of people who I would call tourists, grifters, who literally barely play games and they literally do this so they can build their following and make money.
Yeah, I'm talking about
Absolutely.
them.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
they often tend to be the loudest, most vocal because they got something to gain from it, like engagement books or whatever. And like, I ain't talking about people who've got a genuine collection and like a love of the medium and that kind of thing. I mean, it's the end of an era in a way, and it sucks that it turned out this way. But it's just like it's kind of what happened to vinyl in the '90s when CD became more convenient, and then Spotify became more convenient. And there is still a market for vinyl and CDs, but it's nowhere near what it was.
Sure, but it
I
still
still
exists
buy.
for people that
Yeah,
want
I've
it.
got a bunch of vinyls. I got a bunch of vinyls, but I still subscribe to Spotify.
I mean,
I'm like doing the worst of both worlds.
the thing is like
I got a vinyl player, but I'm just too
physical
lazy to bother with it.
physical game ownership is going away, but like we haven't gotten any better digital rights out of all of this.
I think
So
that's where the anger comes in. It's like there's the it feels like slimy corporations being opportunistic and taking something away and not giving anything back.
yeah,
And I think like that's where Microsoft's on the right side of history here because they are trying to give something back. Yeah, discs are going away, but at least if you've got a physical collection, you'll be able to digitize all of it or at least most of it. So they're giving something back. And this is where Microsoft's messaging has been so terrible over the last few years is they kept taking things away like exclusives, whatever, and they're not giving anything back, you know. But it seems like they're back into like, okay, well, if we're doing this, we've got to give something back mode, which is I kind of feel like how companies should operate. Companies should be scared of their customers, not the other way around. And I think in the current era, and this goes beyond gaming, there's been an imbalance where corporations have felt like they can operate with impunity. I don't know if you saw this right round, but Facebook's got to pay the US government, I think it's 17 billion for basically um, knowingly getting kids addicted to its platforms. And even in their own internal analysis and internal whistleblowers saying like Zuckerberg knew and acknowledged this, but he did it anyway for money. And they've got to pay a shitload out. And they've also got to add all these protections to the child versions of Instagram or whatever. It does feel like there's like this, and it's even like the Trump's Department of Justice that have pushed this. So it's like some companies have felt like they could get away with the universe, and I think people are generally pissed off. And I think Sony's like the disproportionate amount of anger about this, and even like GTA, like the like GTA took away some features from the game and then put it in the $100 edition, and people are rightfully pissed off about that. It does feel like there's been this sort of like I don't know what you call it. These companies feeling like they can just treat people like shit and get away with it. So I think like there's like a generalized kind of anger now,
sure.
which is earned by these companies completely. Don't get me wrong. But I also think like a lot of it's more vocal than probably going to be put into action. I don't know. I hope I'm wrong, but
You
we'll
know,
see.
even when the disc to digital thing, it's such a cool feature. It's like, but I have nothing that even takes advantage of it because I don't own a single physical game.
Mm,
So
mm.
I don't know if you do or not. We're insider testing next week.
I do.
Are you gonna buy like a
My
used
brother
game to
does.
make sure that you can test it and talk about it? Because like it
No, my brother. See, my brother is affected by this. And he's got like hundreds of games in his room, and I'm in the UK right now visiting family. So like, I'm gonna borrow some of his physical discs to test it out next week. And I'll make a video on it on Monday. Um, so yeah, I do have access. I mean, I hope there's at least one of his games that I don't already own.
Yeah,
But I suppose I could test it on his Xbox, I guess. But then again, he owns a lot of the digital copies as well. I don't know. We'll figure it out. But yeah, it's just a really cool thing they're doing, and it's been fascinating. A, watching people try and spin this as a negative for console war bait. B, people either being dumb and not understanding it, or willfully misunderstanding it because they don't want to believe that a corporation might do something that has no downside in 2026, which is fair.
sure.
But and then the people who are actually just dumb as fuck just can't wrap their head around it. Um, I don't know. It's been an interesting one, but it shows how like how how charged this whole debate is, rightly or wrongly.
Yeah, for sure. There's a part of me that also wonders, like, if this feature had been implemented the entire gen, would more people have chosen to buy physical over digital if the physical copy was also give you a digital copy?
I think
Because
so.
you
I
could
think
make
so,
the
definitely.
argument that the physical version is worth more. Like,
Yeah.
you could get
I
it
think
for
there would have been,
cheaper and you still get all the benefits of digital, so there'd be really no downside to buying it outside of like game share not working for someone like me who game shares with a partner. I sort of wonder if instead of Xbox Digital being like 92%, if it would be like more in PlayStation like 80%. Like, would they have sold more physical copies because people would just
mm,
would have rather have had that, or you know, maybe that's too much of a pie in the sky thinking that it would change consumer behavior that much, considering like half the consoles. Because it's also like for Series S, like if you say you have multiple consoles in your household, like you could play some of those games on the Series S, like those physical games that wouldn't have been able to be played on a Series S. Well, you just give it to yourself, and then you can download the game on Series S for the digital copy. That's I don't know. It's a really cool feature that doesn't have any downsides. And the only downsides are like the idea of like, well, this proves one way or the other that Xbox isn't or is or isn't doing supporting physical games. Like, because that's it. Like,
mhm.
they're not deleting the information on the disc. Like your disc isn't broken once you use it, or any of this other sort of stuff. Like, it's all in all a pretty great feature. Let me take a couple super chats here, see what people are talking about. We have Alvin who says somehow Platyp was that Platypy Filmic returned. Yo, Palpatine.
Oh,
Somehow
somehow
Filmic.
Palpatine
Yeah, yeah,
returned.
yeah.
Yeah.
BM
Yeah.
says Jez, did them McDonald's codes I sent you work today?
Yes, they did. Thank you very
Ooh,
much.
we got some
So,
McDonald's stuff. Interesting.
so yeah, a cool dude sent me the UK McDonald's Overwatch and World of Warcraft
Ooh,
stuff.
ooh. We know how
So
much you love the Overwatch stuff. We have
dude, I just wanna throw this in there while you're talking about that. I
okay,
was where was I? I was in a restaurant yesterday,
okay.
a pub restaurant, like a sports kind of restaurant, and they got like a bunch of TVs in there for watching sports and stuff like that. And Chelsea were playing, I think, and like every single ad break, it was Xbox McDonald's UK
Mm,
constantly, and I was like, my God, they're really it's marketing and
just
visible marketing for Xbox again.
mm.
It was like constantly every single ad break it was McDonald's and Xbox, and that trailer with the spaceship and stuff. Yeah, it was just cool to see. Like I haven't seen an Xbox ad on British TV for like a million years. I feel like not that I watch a lot of TV, but yeah,
That's interesting. Um, what else we have
it
here?
has been noticed.
We have. Let's see. Uh, BM says I just joined the $2.50 tier on Patreon, but doesn't let me access the Q&A thread. I
Yeah,
think
so the
that's on
Q
a
and A
higher tier.
threads on yeah, it's on Xbox. The Q and A threads on Xbox Two Ultimate. The supporter tier I think gives you access to. Um, it gives you access to the newsletter. I think you have to be on Xbox Two Ultimate to get the Q&A thread. If it was like one of the reasons for this is just like if it was like really really cheap, there'd be like 1,000 questions, and then and then we'd like
We'd have
you
to
know
pick like 5 to answer or
we'd have
something.
to. Yeah, because like what other podcasts do is they sort of like they have the thread and then they pick and choose like the best ones. So you get like a chance to ask a question. We didn't want to do that. We wanted to make sure like everyone who pays gets a chance to ask a question. But then we have to balance that against like having too many questions. Like the Q&A section is already like an hour long on the show. Like trying to balance that. But
Yeah.
but yeah.
Uh, Athiel says, "What do y'all think about Xbox pitching their IPs to Hollywood studios? There was a rumor that Netflix, Paramount, and Universal were interested." Yeah, that was going to be a topic. So you brought it up, so we'll talk about that right now. I did see this, and I think it came from Puck, who's pretty legit, like Hollywood insider.
Oh,
And
actually, can I just say one thing before I forget?
sure,
To
sure.
the chap who paid for Patreon for the Q&A thread, if you don't want to subscribe at higher tier, but you don't want to subscribe at lower tier, just hit the refund button and I'll get you refunded, mate.
Right. Uh, so it goes like this: Xbox would like a bulk studio deal. Microsoft's troubled Xbox division wants to lean way into movies and TV adaptations, so it's begun quietly pitching Hollywood on a pricey package of more than a dozen games. Halo, World of Warcraft, Elder Scrolls, Diablo, and many more could all be headed
What
to
is the
one.
source for this?
Uh, Puck, I think, is a well-known industry person or industry
Interesting.
whatever. And many more could all be headed to one studio or streamer. And so far, I'm told that at least Netflix, Paramount, and Universal are taking a look. They all declined to comment. Since Microsoft bought Activision Blizzard in 2023, Xbox is now the largest video game publisher outside of China, and much of its IP has not been adapted by Hollywood. Though Minecraft is at Warner Brothers Legendary for movies, Fallout is at Amazon, a Call of Duty film is coming from Paramount, which recently made 2 seasons of a Halo show, and the rights have reverted back to Xbox. And Gears of War and Minecraft animated series are being developed by Netflix. But like much of the video game industry, Xbox is kind of messed these days, cutting 3,200 jobs in July, or about 20% of the unit's workforce. So Microsoft would very much like a big check for its IP. One source told me it wants more than $300 million for a long-term deal, a price that caused at least one of the potential partners to balk. Microsoft has declined to comment on
So
the story.
I'm I'm a little bit iffy on this one because I have asked some sources, and one of them told me it was just fantasy. And there is one thing about this that makes me think it's fantasy, and that's the fact that I already know about a studio that has licensed one of the IPs he mentioned, and that was licensed last year. So like the idea that like one of the franchises he mentioned is up for grabs, that makes me think, huh, I know for a fact that is not up for grabs because I already know the studio that has purchased the rights to make, I think it was a TV show based on that IP that he mentioned. A part of me is like, was he just speculating on the IP? Or did he definitively want people to know, like, "Oh, yeah, it's this IP," you know? Because that IP that he mentioned, I know is already licensed. So, I suppose, like, even if this particular format of the rumor isn't true, Microsoft has been pretty public about the fact that it wants to make transmedia
Yes.
stuff, you
Mm-hmm.
know?
Mm-hmm.
And Ash has been saying this already. So I feel like this kind of report is almost like they just kind of spun it out based on what she already said,
I
kind
don't
of.
know about that. I don't know about that.
I don't know, but anyways,
Well,
whatever it is, we know this coming. But I suppose, like, what for the sake of discussion, what I would ask you is like, I mean, the idea of Paramount having another go at Halo just makes me
I
think,
know. Well, the idea of
are you
Paramount
fucking
doing any of
serious?
that stuff, and they said Universal or Netflix, and yeah, Netflix is kind of one of those things where it's like, yeah, that's the biggest streamer for sure. And like Asha did talk to Netflix. I mean, that's one of the first things she said was she talked to like what CEO of Netflix when she first got the job and stuff and all those sort of things. But Microsoft has seen big success with, you know, Fallout, the Minecraft movie, right? Not so much with the Halo movie. I sort of like there. I'm of different opinion on this because I feel like when a studio or a team picks out something they want to work on, it's because they're passionate about it. Like clearly, like the team making Fallout had a passion for Fallout.
Yes,
And I sort of wonder if this is one of those
and
things where
Wolfenstein.
where Microsoft is trying to position like we know that nobody's really interested in X, Y, and Z IP. So we're going to leverage IPs that people do want and being like, if you take a big deal and at this, you get all of these other things. Like, so an example would be like, let's just say like behind the scenes, like Elder Scrolls is a big property. For whether it's a TV for a movie, like you got studios bidding on it or whatever, but like nobody's bidding on Halo because Halo's already
Mm.
failed as a TV show, right? Even though like the IP still has value, maybe Microsoft feels that like they could maybe get a better deal and take and get someone to take it on if they package all of their stuff in one thing, so someone then has to take an IP they don't necessarily want, like essentially using their bigger IPs to get people to
Or maybe
to
like use
sell like
bigger IP to raise the valuation. Like
yeah, so
even
it's
if
like
Microsoft
if this
are
guy
like,
says they're
okay,
looking
well,
for like more than 300 million, which definitely seems cheap in this day and age, considering like, well, I mean that's just probably for the rights, because like movies and TV shows cost a shit ton of money, so that's probably like they want a package deal of here we want if you want access to our IPs for 15 years, you pay us $400 million, and then you have to have a certain number of things in production and whatever sort of other things. So it's like, well, you could have an Elder Scrolls show, a Diablo show, maybe a Halo show, but like, because like $300 million is realistically nothing considering like the cost of making movies and TV shows. That's just probably for the rights to have everything. And
unless you
Microsoft,
have Curry Barker do it, he'll do it for $1 million
yeah.
and then make you five
So
hundred
I could
million
I could
dollars.
see why Microsoft would want to do this, because it is like a big a payday that potentially get a lot of their IPs, especially if you get with something with Netflix that has like the biggest reach. But also at the same time, at that point, like, are you really getting like the best people to work on it? Like someone just basically getting assigned to a version of like, oh, well, Netflix has this and we need to have something going, so like let's just spin up a thing for, I don't know, like World of Warcraft, but the people on it aren't really passionate about World of Warcraft, so basically you get something shit, which would be perfect for the World of Warcraft IP. Like I'd be all for that, just to see
Fuck.
Jez crash out.
Or worse, you get someone that is passionate about the Warcraft IP, but then the studio fucks up the edit,
Yeah,
which is what
yeah.
happened to the
I
Warcraft
think this is
movie.
Microsoft just trying to leverage the fact that they own so much big IP and they can use it as a package deal to get like other things through. Like, because I'm sure somebody would want Elder
If it's
Scrolls, and
true.
somebody I would base on it like that, like because Microsoft declined to comment, so this person asked them for it and they declined to comment. Not and the other people,
That
this
doesn't
could
mean anything.
well, this could be like this person's, because this is like an entertainment reporter, so he's probably getting his info from studio side, like someone at Netflix, someone at Paramount, and someone at whatever. Where like you're getting potentially your information from someone on the Xbox side who may not like be on the note. So like the different sort of
No, no,
avenues
but I
of
said the
information.
the reason. No, but the I know that they've already sold the rights to some of
But
these.
what if your information's out of date? And maybe one of
It's
the
not
reasons
out of
why
date.
they're doing it is because it
I
fell
know it's not
through.
out of date. There's one of them. I mean, I suppose that could be
Or
possible,
like
that
they
one of
just
them
but
fell through.
but here's the thing. What if they just what if not, like
I don't think so, though.
let's just say what you're talking about. Let's just say you're talking about Diablo. What if all the person did was just mention Diablo because it's one of the IPs that Microsoft owns, not necessarily saying that Diablo is
Well, I
part of
said
the
that.
deal. It's just like these are all
It's
Microsoft IPs,
speculating. Yeah, yeah,
even though
yeah.
this one
I mean,
might be
that'd be
somewhere
fine.
else. So it's like he's not speculating. It's just that he's just mentioning these are all the IPs Microsoft's own, not that it includes Diablo because Diablo is a big franchise, not knowing that Diablo is already somewhere else, essentially. It doesn't necessarily make the story false in any way because he's just listing the big IPs that Xbox has.
Yeah.
I know. I mean, like, I could definitely see this being true, and it's like we know that Microsoft is very keen on having a lot of multimedia properties for their stuff. So it's like I could easily see this. I could imagine Xbox would love an idea of getting a massive check and having all their like IPs covered for, and being like, well, we partnered with Netflix, or we're partnering with Universal, and I think Universal owns Peacock and Paramount. Like, I mean, out of all those, I guess I'd rather have it at Netflix and be like, you know, and go from there and see what works. But yeah, I did
Mm-hmm.
see that, so we'll see what happens out of.
Studio Trigger, man.
Yeah, you know, the Cyberpunk anime comes. I think that's it in October. I can't wait to watch that. We have Death Joker says, Jez, I'll buy you the audiobook of Dungeon Crawler Carl. Dungeon Crawler Carl.
Oh, nah, you ain't got to do that, mate. I will. I'll grab it at some point. You know, on the topic of books, I've been reading a
Oh,
book.
I know. You're
I've
reading
been
the Warhammer book, right?
Yeah, I'm reading Horus Rising, the first Horus Heresy book, and there's like 60 books, something
Yeah,
ridiculous.
that's the one thing is I never got into Warhammer. It's like I don't really know the lore that much, and there's like 100 Warhammer books, and it's like
No, and that's just in one series.
I know.
That's just one
I
series. There's
have
like
heard
dozens of series.
the Horus Heresy trilogy is probably the best set of books in there. But at that point, it's like,
Yeah, I'm not going to
are
read
you
all of
just
them.
reading the three and then being like done with it all? But it's like there's so many different avenues of Warhammer. It's like where would you even? It's kind of like the Halo books. It's like there's 30 Halo books, and like do you just
Yeah.
start one at the beginning and then do you really want to read all 30 of them? That's one of the reasons why I never got into it, because it was like, oh, you could read this 15th book in the Halo franchise, but it's like, no, I would need to like read the first book and get to the 15th book. So like
Mm.
the overwhelmingness of like the Warhammer lore and all the books in it and stuff it almost is what prevents me from ever really starting it.
It's kind of interesting though. It's like if you play like I play the first Warhammer thing that I ever experienced was Rogue Trader. You know, and Rogue Trader was like it was very, very because Rogue Trader's like deep into the lore and it's like a CRPG, so it's all very accurate. But it's like they spend there's like an in-game glossary and they spend a lot of time like explaining the world and all that kind of stuff. And it's like it's a really good way to start learning it. And then once you've got the basics down, everything else is just kind of like it almost feels like it's just detailing about characters and all that kind of stuff. Like, but yeah, you're right. There is so much lore, and there's so many factions, and there's books about the factions and
Yeah.
lore about the individual factions, and it's like, and then it is absolutely insane. But this book so far is amazing. And I've been reading it with the audiobook at the same
So you've
time,
been listening to it? Yeah.
and yeah, listening and reading it, and it's just like the audiobook, like the voiceover, the delivery is so good. It's just yeah, you got me into books, Rand. I
I
have to
know.
say, you got me into books, bro. You got
It's
me into them.
a long con that has finally paid off.
A long con. This whole podcast was really just for you to get me into books.
Not the whole
Is that it?
podcast, because I didn't start reading again until 2021. So yeah,
No,
it's
fair
just a
enough.
long con to get Jez to read. Uh,
It's honestly, I want to thank you for this
mm,
because it's got me off like doom scrolling. Like before I went to
yeah,
bed,
why
I'd like
doom
doom
scroll
scroll
when you
for
just pick up a
ages.
book?
Yeah, and it's so much more gratifying, and it makes you like ready for bed and quite meditative. Yeah, I love it.
Yeah,
So thank you, Rand.
you're
I
welcome. You're
appreciate it
welcome,
very
Jez.
much.
You're welcome, Jez.
I'm gonna buy you a book.
You don't have to buy me a book. We have what is this? Q Max, who says, "What's your take with the low numbers of the X25 Series X production rate and the insane scalping prices on eBay? I feel Microsoft fumbled the pre-order process, preventing fans to actually getting one at the insane prices it was." Yeah, so that was the thing. I
Yeah,
didn't
that fucking
really
sucks.
even bother to like. I did pre-order the controller, the 25th anniversary controller. But I had zero interest in getting the console because it was like $900, and I'm just like, I don't care. Like even if it was cheaper, even if it was like 500, like imagine this generation actually didn't have like the inflated prices as it does. I wasn't interested in it, but I know people were, right? It's a collector's item. It looks awesome. And yeah, it definitely seems that like they screwed up. Like they didn't have they did maybe they underestimated demand because like shit's all sold out and like they're on eBay for like $2,000. Now, granted, Xbox like also gave away a free console to like the people who attended FanFest in LA. So, but it feels like either
Where's mine?
yeah, it feels like they they maybe underestimated demand, so they didn't have as many, or like they
Yeah.
allocated more to certain areas, so like more was allocated to to the U.S. than was allocated to the U.K. or Australia, and there just wasn't enough for people to get, and there wasn't any like pre-order scalper protections, so like people could just buy it to scalp it, like like
Like
how
PlayStation has a
PlayStation has
whole
like the
anti-scalper
PlayStation Direct
system.
like stuff first, where you get it from them, and tied to a gamer tag and all that sort of stuff to get, and like Xbox, they didn't do any of that. So this does make me sort of wonder, like with Helix, how that rollout's gonna go. Because if Helix
Well,
is
I would
also,
assume they've learned their lesson. I would hope.
well, you would, I
I
mean, I
will.
don't know.
I'll write about this at the weekend because I kind of missed this. Actually, I think there's an article on Windows Central already about it.
Oh, okay.
But oh yeah, fair play. Good job, Richard. Um, so the tech team's been pitching in on gaming side for me. But it's yeah, it's been a mess. I'll try and speak to
Do
someone
you think they
about it.
underestimated demand?
I don't think they did.
Like,
I
oh,
think they
we're gonna sell
underestimated
this thing for
scalpers.
night. They underestimated scalpers. Okay, I mean, yeah, but I mean, like some of these things are on eBay for 2,000, and they're already like confirmed sold. So you just think, I mean, yeah, I guess maybe.
Should they do more limited editions? Is kind of what I'm thinking.
I don't know if they should. I mean, I think this is a special case. This is the 25th anniversary, and it's a really cool looking device. I don't necessarily think
I
you need to do
every
more.
ma- They should do a special edition console every year for their major game that year. There should be a Gears one. There should be a Fable one.
No, what
Maybe.
there should be for Gears is a console wrap. And the fact that there wasn't one for Halo or Gears or Fable tells you that they stopped doing console wraps, which probably
They've kind
means
of stopped that. Yeah.
those things didn't sell well. So, I mean, you know what does sell
Or they
well is
overstocked them.
controllers. And the controllers, they had 2 Gears controllers. Although they didn't have a Halo
Pre-ordered though.
controller, maybe they didn't really do a lot with Halo.
Well, they do it mainly for their big franchises. So,
Oh
like
yeah,
a
yeah,
smaller
yeah.
franchise, like a smaller, less important franchise like Halo, I guess they were just like, nah, it's not really worth it, you know?
I guess maybe because of the fact it was a remake. I sort of wonder maybe like did shifting it, because I still feel like Halo was supposed to come out on the anniversary, but because of Grand Theft Auto they moved it to July, and maybe like the runway for the controllers was screwed up because it was all it was originally planned for that sort of stuff to come in November, but then they had to move it so like stuff wouldn't have been ready in time potentially. I don't know,
Yeah.
but yeah. Um we have Andy Ackerman says Team Rand today. Jez is a dummy face. I mean, everybody should be Team Rand all the time.
All Team Rand all the
Team
time.
Rand all day.
Why am I a dummy face? That's
I
not
mean,
very
he says you're a
nice.
dummy face. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, wrong.
Rave Damo
Yeah, wrong
says
recipe.
there's quite literally not a single thing wrong with positron. It's optional. It's not preclusionary.
Yeah, it's there's no real argument against it. I saw one PlayStation account that was kind of like, oh, all these companies want to screw you over. Like, no, Xbox wants you to use Game Pass, and Nintendo wants you to do this.
Oh, you're
And it's
talking.
just like,
Yeah, you got
yeah,
community
and
noted. Yeah.
yeah, you got community, and it's just like, bro, just admit it that only PlayStation's the one shitting the bed right now.
Well, yeah, it was about The Witcher 3 remastered, and it was like
Yeah,
Sony would charge you an upgrade fee, Microsoft would make it Xbox or Game Pass exclusive, and Nintendo would do something, and it's like, well, first of all, like Xbox is giving free upgrades for stuff, smart delivery, and there is no Game Pass exclusive games. Nintendo has
yeah.
kind of done the same. The only one, like, it's like buddy, just admit that sometimes PlayStation is the shitty one in this regard. But like, you can't really say that if you're just a PlayStation only account, you know. So what are you gonna do? And then,
Or it's 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 the people who just refuse to ever criticize their preferred platform, or they've built up an audience around. They've built up an audience of people who refuse to accept any form of criticism. Like I saw, like, was it MBG? Like MBG is like a big PlayStation content creator, right? And I saw a clip where he was criticizing PlayStation, and his audience were freaking out at him, you know. And I'm sure, like, on Xbox Two podcast, like, we've probably lost listeners for
oh,
being critical of Xbox over
sure,
the years.
absolutely.
But I'm sure we've probably gained listeners who are concerned and who are able to be critical of things they love, you know. And that's the kind of audience I want to curate here, is people who can accept the good with the bad and the bad with the good. But like, if you built an account that's revolves entirely around fanboyism and never criticizing and all that kind of thing, when you get to a point where there actually is something that you want to criticize, you're gonna get crucified for it. And you've seen this happen to, like, some content creators where they're like, "Oh, actually, no, even I don't like that." But I'm not in a position where I can criticize it because I'll lose my audience and lose my income, lose my income potentially.
Yeah,
I
there's
suppose
definitely
it's like it's lucky for me because I've got, like, I suppose, like, I it's easy for me to say that because I would maybe, I wanna believe that I keep my integrity, but it's easy for me to say that because I don't rely on Twitter or YouTube or the podcast for my livelihood. I've got a day job. But if you are someone who does rely on that, I can understand why you might not wanna rock the boat too much if you especially if you've got, like, a family support or rent to pay. Like, content creators, like, often don't wanna rock the boat too much when it could impact them financially. And I appreciate that, you know. Family comes first and all the rest of it. But at the same time, it's like it's a trap you can fall into if you do pursue that universe of content creation, I guess.
yeah, that is definitely true. Um, Jer Jergo says Jez Blizz and CDPR combo for Warcraft RPG.
Yeah, so that was the other big thing this week. Like, Blizzard and CD Projekt Red announced a huge collaborative partnership, which was not on my bingo card. Um, but the one thing that was on my bingo card, which I think I posted it either in I think I posted an article, maybe I mentioned it on a podcast. I said somewhere, like, on a podcast or in the newsletter or something, that big changes were coming to Battle.net. Do you remember this, round?
I
Or did I say it on the podcast?
I don't know.
Yeah, so, I might have written it on an article. Someone in chat remind me if you caught it. But I did say big changes was coming to Battle.net, and one of the things that I had heard is that they're gonna open it up to third parties. Now, I wasn't sure if that was just the Witcher partnership, or if there's actually gonna be more, and, like, they're gonna start, like, curating maybe some of the biggest franchises into Battle.net. Because I suppose, like, the thing people don't necessarily maybe don't want out of Battle.net is for it to become like a slop factory, a bit like some of the other smaller storefronts have become. Like, there's a ton of crap that gets published on the Microsoft Store, for example. Whereas, like, Battle.net has historically just been for Blizzard games, but there are some other AAA games there now. Doom's on there, Avowed is on there, Crash Bandicoot's on there,
Yeah, but
Call of
they're also
Duty's on
typical. I
there.
mean, but at even just mentioning those are all like Xbox owned properties on an Xbox owned storefront.
Yeah, this is like
So
this is well and truly the first third party game that's coming to Battle.net, as far as I remember. And it just remains to be seen if they're gonna open that even more. But it does seem like there's gonna be a lot of Witcher oriented DLC coming for different properties. Like, there's Diablo's announced, but I think they're probably gonna do stuff for Overwatch 2 and also maybe Warcraft as well. Like, I think it's pretty easy to make those cosmetics, like, lore friendly, at least. Um, but it makes me wonder, like, is Witcher 4 also gonna be on Battle.net? Because one of the interesting things about Battle.net is, it it's kind of connected to the Microsoft Store as well for the third party stuff. So, like, when you download Avowed and Doom: The Dark Ages, for example, from Battle.net, they come with Xbox Play Anywhere. So like the BattleNet version is Xbox Play Anywhere from the Microsoft Store as well, and there's like a BattleNet plugin for the Xbox Store. So I'm wondering, like, is this actually just a sort of extension of the Xbox Store, really? Are they just being like, well, the BattleNet's got like hundreds of millions of users because it's not just like the platform people play Warcraft on. It's got a friends list, it's got chat stuff. It's sort of like very slimmed down kind of Discordy kind of thing. You can make channels now, and also now it also has full Discord integration. So I can chat with my guild from a Discord channel on BattleNet, which is really weird. So like part of me wonders, like, is this Microsoft being acknowledging the fact that there are some gamers who will just never use the Xbox Store on PC, but maybe they'll use BattleNet. BattleNet runs better. It's more slimmed down. It's more focused around certain games. Um, and it has a very, very dedicated, passionate fan base. People have got friend lists there. They've got content there. So maybe this is just them being like, well, if we can't get them on the Xbox app, maybe we can get them on BattleNet. You know. Um, but yeah, I think this is really, really interesting, and I'm more curious now, like if this is just The Witcher or what other games could we see emerge through BattleNet? Is this going to be a very curated thing where Blizzard just picks like games that are on that level, like the AAA level, to keep it like a curated storefront, in which would be the opposite of what other platforms have done, right? That could be a unique selling point where it's like this is for premier premium games only, or do they open the floodgates and do we eventually see indie games on BattleNet?
I don't know.
It could go either way. Could go either way.
Could go. It could go either way. Um, Andy says vinyls came back as a collectible. They came back to create more profit for the music industry.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
sure did.
Talsetti Runner
Music
says,
industry stays winning.
why no PC controller support for Age of Empires 2? 4 and Age of Mythology have.
Yeah, I did see that message, and I did get your DM on Twitter as well. I have actually just reached out to someone at World's Edge about this, specifically because of your super chat. So I'll let you know if they come back to me. But I suppose, like, for them, it's just a case of like, do we have the resources for this? Is there really a huge audience for this? Because quite honestly, I think if they did put PC controls on Age of Empires on PC, you'd probably looking at dozens of users, like literally dozens of users. Does it make sense to invest like the dev hours to make that work, so on and so forth? But yeah, I'll see if we can get a response out of them.
We have, let's see here. King Nightmare says, is Netflix still doing a Gears TV show and a movie? Because I can't find anything since they announced it a while ago. I mean, supposedly they
Yeah,
are, but I don't think they've started casting yet. And they're supposed to do an anime TV show and a movie. There is a director attached to the movie. There was an interview with him, not like maybe a couple months ago, but yeah, like it has been a long time from announcement to still now, and nothing. I don't know if I don't even has work even started on the anime. I don't even know. I mean, hell, they announced a Grounded Netflix TV show that I don't even know where
where's
that
that?
is.
Yeah, I
So
don't know.
I don't. I sort of wonder if some of these things just were announced too far ahead of time. You know. But yeah, I do.
Oh, yeah. Sorry,
What?
go
Go
on.
ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I had another topic, so finish this one first.
Yeah, I just don't know. I mean, like the Gears thing's been announced for a couple years now, and who knows if they've even started casting. Other shows seem to get to fast track. Like I know, like Prime put their fast track on the God of War show, and then they even had like you know their actor have a serious injury and get replaced with Dave Batista, and they have to like refilm a whole bunch of stuff, basically everything they've shot. And like I'm pretty sure the Gear stuff was announced before the God of War TV show. But yet the
Did
God
they
of War
fumble Dave Batista, man? That's what I was thinking.
well, I don't know. I mean, potentially, if he was ever really up for the role, or if they just
Oh, he was
dragged their
he was
feet.
vocally up for the role. He
Yeah,
was vocally up for the role. He loves Gears, and I think they fumbled it, bro.
I wonder if there's some in the contract where there's like, hey, because you're now Kratos, like you can't be in an Xbox owned property. Like say he finishes God of War and then he's free, and then he could do the Gears of War movie because it's not a TV show. Could he then do Gears of War
I
TV
I
show
don't
and then
think
go
Dave
back to be
Bautista would agree
Kratos?
to that.
I'm just saying, why wouldn't he? If they came to him and was like, "Hey,
He's
you
a
want to
big
be?"
enough star that he can be like, "Go fuck yourself." I think.
True, true. I mean, you right about that. You right.
It it doesn't need to take those clauses, man. It's Dave Bautista. He just powerbomb him anyway.
Yeah, he would powerbomb him.
Dave will have to bulk up though, because like he bulked down for a movie role, and remember people were shocked that he was skinny now. So he'll have to like bulk up again, I suppose, for Kratos.
Maybe he could use like a muscle suit. You don't necessarily have to bulk up, especially if they're looking to film again right away. Or maybe he does like,
Muscle suits, nah. Like he's got to be shirtless. You can't use a muscle suit for
I
that,
don't
can you?
know. I don't
Really?
know. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what they do. But I want to talk about the game I've been playing. The last couple weeks I've been saying I've been playing something I couldn't talk about. Well, it is the gameplay on screen that you're seeing. It's Resonance of Plague's Tale. So I
Oh
was
wait,
able.
what? You didn't use a Star Wars footage?
No, hell no, bro.
Are
Hell
you
no.
so? You
Hell
bitched
no.
me out for not getting Star Wars footage.
Yeah, well, because you did, it wasn't there, so I grabbed the Plague Tale footage. Besides, I want to talk about it
GG.
because I beat it and I liked the game
Okay.
quite a bit. And I didn't know what to expect from this game because I did really enjoy both Plague Tale games. Partially because that was stealth based, and you guys all know like I love stealth. We don't get a lot of stealth in games anymore, so anytime I can get anything stealth related, I'm usually like pretty happy. And if you finished the last Plague's Tale game, you know that like teased a essentially what would be a Plague's Tale in modern day. Although I always doubted that they'd ever actually do something like that because that seems like pretty difficult to pull off. So I was pretty surprised when they originally announced this, where you play as Sophia, who's a character you meet in Plague's Tale Requiem, the second game, and it's basically a prequel. And I was like, well, how is this going to work? You know, suffice to say, it worked very well because this is a fun game and it's a straight up. It's an adventure game, man. It's an action adventure game. It's basically Uncharted or Tomb Raider with knives. Instead
Huh.
of guns, you got a long sword and a knife because that's what this game is. Like it forgoes the whole stealth stuff, although there is stealth elements in the game in certain sections where like Plague's Tale was mostly always stealth because you were with Hugo. You know, Amicia was trying to protect her and she had like a sling. I know a lot of people didn't really like that style of gameplay, but this is definitely the action is much more fast and frenetic, knife combat and stuff. But it still has like the game's signature, like cinematic approach, where like some of these levels are quite big, the environments are all really detailed, and like they look great. And this one is like I mentioned, like Uncharted and Tomb Raider, because there's always mysteries to solve in those games, right? It's like, yeah, you're going around shooting, killing people, but it's always on the backdrop of you trying to, like, I don't know, like find this lost city of El Dorado or whatever you're trying to discover in Tomb Raider. And it's always there are people trying to prevent you from that, right? Where in like Plague's Tale, Requiem, and stuff, it was like we're trying to find like why Hugo's like this, and like you had the enemies with the rats and then the regular like soldier enemies, but it was about the relationship between the two characters, the brother and the sister, trying to like save them. Like the puzzles and stuff and that was more about how do I position myself to get away unseen, and how do I essentially move these things of rats using light or fire away to continue on my journey. Where this is like there's a mystery, like you're on this island and this island's been deserted and you have a tie to it from the past, which is it's really cool because you'll see instances where what it looked like in the past and then you'll see what it looks like currently, which is always like a really cool contrast to compare. But like, oh wow, like look how beautiful it looked back when it was like thriving. But this one is like, as you can see, I'm solving a puzzle thing, which I had solved originally when I first played it. For whatever reason, I had a brain fart and I couldn't figure it out here. But this one has like puzzles, light puzzles, in the sense of like a Tomb Raider or Uncharted, where using light and lenses to reflect, and there's like a core mystery to solve to get deeper and deeper. And then it's interspersed with combat, which I found to be pretty engaging for the most part. Like, I feel like the combat was, it's not like as deep as you would expect like a Devil May Cry to be, right? Where Devil May Cry is a like character action game, so it has a lot of combos, there's a lot of cool flashy stuff you can do. This is more like basic, but I think it's presented extremely well, where it's still fun to do, and like the combat scenarios are spaced out enough where like you'll have like a puzzle solving section, and you'll have like a walk section where you're looking at things, and then you'll get attacked. Like, they don't necessarily like just throw enemies at you over and over and over where you get to the point where you're like tired of the combat. It's always well thought out and paced pretty well. Like,
is it better than Hell is Us's combat?
I don't know, I haven't played Hell is Us.
Oh,
But like,
okay.
you don't have a lot of moves. Like, you'll have like a 3-string combo. You can hold X to do a critical strike, which kills people. You can block and you can parry. You have a kick, which will break people's like kind of a blocking stance. You have a dodge, which gets out of the way from enemies' attacks. Like, you do find resonance points throughout the game, sort of one of the collectibles where you can sort of buy like these mystical upgrades, because you are tied to a person in the past. So like, you can sort of like, hey, if you use this critical strike and kill somebody, you'll have like a shield that will absorb the next hit for the next 10 seconds. Or if you're dodge and you dodge when someone's attacking you, you'll throw them, and like weird like mystical armor will appear over you. So there's like that connection between you and the person in the past. But for the most part, it's a pretty basic combat system, but I think it works well because it's really fast and it's over relatively quickly. Like, you only ever have 3 bars of health. And if you get hit by somebody, you lose a bar of health. So you get hit once, you're down to 2. You hit again, you get 1 bar of health. So like, you can die pretty fast if you're not on your toes and dodging out of the way and blocking and parrying. Now, the way you get your health back is you have to kill somebody. So you're at 2 bars of health, you kill somebody, you're back to 3 bars of health. So it's this nice little dance of maybe trying to find an open angle with someone parrying, but then you get hit because enemies just won't line up and like attack you. Like, they'll attack you from all different directions if they kind of close in, and then you kind of do like a parry thing. So it's not just like one character always is attacking. You can get surrounded. But what it does is, if you get hit and you lose your health, or you get hit twice and you're on 1 bar of health, it does make you more aggressive to kill somebody really quickly, so you can get a
Sounds
bar
like
of health
a
back
Space
again.
Marine in that regard.
In that regard, sure, yeah. But it has like nice cinematic effects. Like, if you're up against the wall and you kill somebody, you'll do like a really quick like animation of them stabbing them, and there's quite a few of them. You can kick people off
That's
of
really good.
ledges and stuff. It's a really fun adventure game that took me 12 hours to play through. So I would say, if you're a fan of Plague's Tale in general, this is definitely a game you should hop on. If you're a fan of Uncharted and Tomb Raider, I think this would be right up your alley as well, because there is like puzzles to solve. There's a mystery going on. Sure, there's no gun combat, but you have the knife gameplay. That's kind of like the comparison I'll draw on, is like, it felt more Uncharted and Tomb Raider than it did feel like Plague's Tale. But man,
Let me ask you this: do I need to have played the other Plague Tale games?
no, you don't have to. There's stuff there for like, there's not a lot there that ties into it, although there is, but like, not knowing what it is wouldn't affect your enjoyment of it. It's just
Yeah,
kind of
fair
a
enough.
really good standalone sort of thing that does tie into like the larger world. But it's like 10 hours long. Depending on the difficulty you choose from, there's like 5 different five different difficulties to choose from, and it's just a breezy, light experience. Like, I know some people might get thrown off by like the puzzles, or like, there is a lot of like, come to a closed door, click on it to like open it up. Like, it's very cinematic in that nature, where there's a lot of like opening
Loading screens.
doors and like shimming through tight spaces and stuff like that to get to the next area. But like when you see some of the scale here, like this thing, like this level I'm in here, you come to it and you see this like gigantic like warrior statue, and you come to the edge and it's like goes all the way down this deep dark pit, and like the whole level is basically you going down this like thing, and it's like, yeah, you're in some different areas within it fighting, but then you'll come back to the middle of it and it's like, oh man, like look how far I've come down. I always love those moments in games where you see something and then like you actually get there and it's like super far away or super high to climb or whatever, and you've seen your progress and you're like, oh man, like that's where I was. But no, man, this was a really fun. I had a great time. Like I think I beat it in like 2.5 days. Like I was really involved into it. And yeah, some of it has to do with like I like Plague's Tale in general. I like Sophie as a character from the second game, but I felt like the combat for what it is really worked. Is like really fast. I like the like, hey, you lost a bar of health, now you kill somebody to get it, quickly back. And the enemies aren't really like tanks. Like most of the enemies are pretty easy to dispatch. You kind of just got to know their attack patterns. Like sure, the brutes, they might take a little bit more like health because they're bigger, but like you don't really normally get like a whole bunch of them in a fight. So it's like the fights are kind of over and done quickly. You move on to some puzzle solving. There's some cutscenes and sort of stuff. Like yeah, like it was just a really fun game. Like I probably give it like an 8.5, maybe
That's good.
like 8.5. Like I'm more in like an 8.5, but definitely one of my favorite games of this year. And it really surprised me because I didn't know where they were going to go with this franchise. Considering like it is a prequel. I guess you could say like some of the emotional, like there is an emotional journey that you do go on for the first two games with Hugo and Amicia, like their journey and what they went through. Considering this is a prequel, like that emotional core I feel was missing because you already know that Sophia survives because she meets Amicia later on. So you always know, like, well, I mean, that's sort of the problem with prequels is like
Yeah.
how things are gonna play out. So like you're not necessarily like fully emotionally invested as you would be in something else. But man, like Jazz, like this game is such a looker, bro. Like the environmental
I'm
details in
downloading it.
this. What?
Gonna download it.
It's really
Gonna
good.
download it.
It's on Game Pass as well. It's a great
Yeah.
game. Great game. I really enjoyed my time with it. And I know like you also reviewed you gave this game a 5 out of 5. Not this game in particular, but the Star Wars game that came out that everybody's loving.
Hell yeah. So yeah, I've been playing Star Wars Zero Company all week. Absolutely fantastic game. Like I didn't have high expectations for this, to be honest, and I didn't play Midnight Suns. And also this is Bit Reactor's first game technically since Firaxis were kind of like, yeah, we're not going to do XCOM anymore. We're just going to focus on Civilization, kind of. So a bunch of the OG XCOM dudes, they spun off and made a new studio, Bit Reactor, and then they linked up with Respawn. They pitched the game to Respawn. That was like, a typical XCOM thing. And I was told that Vince Zampella himself was like, why don't we turn this into a Star Wars thing? Because they've been working through the Star Wars license. Um, so like Respawn and Bit Reactor collaborated on this. So and you can really feel that, like the sort of the cinematic delivery is very Respawn. It's that kind of, and I think that's what gives the game its edge. It's got that XCOM flavor, but then it's got like third person exploration. It's got cinematic cutscenes and a very cool story, which gets progressively more interesting as you play. And it's like this is like a triple A XCOM game that I never thought we'd get. Because like all the sort of the other games that are in this genre, they're all very kind of like middle budget, and they don't really emphasize story. They're focused more on gameplay and like that addictive kind of loop of like, I'll just do one more map. I suppose the closest thing we got to it was Gears Tactics, but I think Gears Tactics like compromised a lot on the actual, you know, the tactical immersion to some degree. So like in Gears Tactics, there's no base building, there's no management layer. which I do think really hurt the game, or hurt it with tactics fans because there's no meta game, and you're just doing the missions. Whereas like in this, you're building up your squad, you're building up your base, you're doing more of that management layer stuff, which I enjoy, and I think fans of the genre enjoy. Yeah, it was really the cinematics and the story, and the fact that it made me care about Star Wars again after being fatigued with it for so long. I think that's probably the most amazing thing for me because I have been over Star Wars, man. Like the way Disney's handled Star Wars and saturation, and yeah, I haven't seen Andor yet, but like the reason I haven't seen Andor is because I've been fatigued with it, and it's just like I don't want to.
Ender's like the best
They just kind
thing,
of
the best Star Wars thing they've done since literally like the original trilogy.
yeah.
Uh,
I do want to watch it, but and now I'm more inclined to watch it though now because the Star Wars XCOM stuff is pulled me back in to some degree. So yeah, I really really enjoyed it. Um, I've started over again. I'm doing a best car run, which is like their Iron Man mode. You can't save scum. All your decisions are final, that kind of stuff.
mm.
Um, but yeah, I'm really, really enjoying it. And I was thinking like, it's not going to do very well though, because it's not going to do very well because it's a niche genre and there's tons of other games coming out and it probably won't hit that hard. But it's the number one top selling game on Steam right now, which shows that I think it's Star Wars IP coupled with a genre that I think resonates with fans. And there's probably, tactics games are pretty nerdy. So I'm guessing there's probably a lot of overlap between Star Wars fandom and the tactics game, tactics genre. So it really feels like they got a winning formula here, and I'm really, really stoked for Bit Reactor. And in a weird kind of way, it's almost like Vince Zampella's last game. So there's kind of that like sort of sad angle to it as well.
But dude, does it have
But
as many players as How to Fish?
what the hell is How to Fish?
The latest indie game to blow up on Steam. I don't know.
What is How to
You
Fish?
sent me that
What
chart
is
where you're
How
like,
to
look,
Fish?
it's Star Wars is #1, and then the first thing I noticed was a game called How to Fish, and I'm like, what the fuck is this? And I looked, 400,000 concurrent players. I'm like, oh, okay.
How to Fish.
I don't know what it is, but apparently it's super popular on Steam. It's one of those indie games that only blows up on that platform. Like,
You've this is your fault, bro.
are you looking at How to Fish?
Because you are the trending gamer, right?
I'm
And you created this trend of just playing random games like PUBG. PUBG was a friend slot game, bro.
yeah, okay.
And oh man,
Yeah.
I love rage baiting around.
Um
Doesn't work though.
yeah, by the way, I just wanted to thank anybody that sent me happy birthday wishes cuz my birthday was yesterday. So, thank
Happy
you
birthday.
for anybody, and thank you for anybody Chad who's wished me happy birthday. I appreciate all the love as I turn mid 40s.
100.
Yeah,
Yeah.
100. Um let's talk about Fable cuz Fable definitely
Fabler.
it definitely caused a storm in more ways than
Ruckus.
one. So
Ruckus.
there was people got hands on. There was like a big like I think demo at Gamescom. They released some of the videos. I think they released a combat gameplay like 18-minute video today, which I didn't get a chance to watch before the podcast. But they released a video like the first day of Gamescom where they went to Stone and they showed off some of the village things, talking to some villagers. They showed off like yeah, oh, you want to here's the quest marker, the little line, the gold line that's always in the Fable games. And they showed a
Mm.
little bit of the combat, and for whatever reason people really fixated on the combat with the big brute, because that it didn't look very good, right? And me as someone who just like I kind of look, I don't need to be sold on Fable. So like if I'm sold on a game, I don't necessarily want to see like more footage on something. That's why I wasn't concerned about the GTA 6 leaks or Like I don't like
I'm the same way. Yeah.
sometimes I don't
In
just like
fact,
I'm like I'm playing the game, like I'm playing Control
yeah.
Resonant, like I don't need to see more footage from Control Resonant, like I just want to sort of like experience the game. So
I almost
sometimes
like I almost avoid it when I'm sold on a game. I almost avoid the marketing because I want to like don't want spoilers and stuff.
yeah. So I was like, I'm sold on Fable. I don't necessarily need to see any more things from it, but obviously they still need to do their marketing beats. They've kind of kept the like good chunk of the combat gameplay kind of under wraps or whatever. So they showed something here, but the clip. So there was a clip where she was fighting, and it starts off with her fighting like a bunch of smaller enemies. And even the person narrating says that, oh, we're playing on legendary difficulty, so we're even playing on one of the harder difficulties. And it looked really good. Like all the enemies sort of reacted the way you would think someone would react with, like with hit scans where you hit them with the sword and the enemies flinch. There's like seemed like there was weight behind them, and they're obviously throwing off all the different attacks, like using the sword or using the bow and arrow or using the spells and all that sort of stuff. And then like a mini boss comes out, and it's this big brute, and he's got like a big hammer, and the main character starts attacking the brute, but the brute doesn't react to any of the hits. So it sort of makes the combat seem uninspired and just bad, because like most games that feature melee combat do have that feature of, hey, like your attacks are doing something, but for whatever reason, like this character was just tanking these hits and it wasn't doing anything. And because she was playing on legendary difficulty, the enemy just had all this tons of health. So like it took a long time to beat. So
It looked
people,
like what do you call it? Like a bullet sponge kind of thing.
yeah, and like just watching that clip of her just fighting that enemy, I was like, oh, this combat doesn't look very good. I'm like, that looks downright like bad. But like I didn't. That's how I initially saw this. Was like someone sent me the clip and was like, look how awful this is, and I'm like, let me check this out, and I'm like, yeah, that doesn't look good. The guy's not reacting. He's taking forever to like go down. I was like, this. So then I watched the whole video, and like, so people clipped just a section of them fighting that character, and then left out all the context beforehand, where like enemies do react, and it's on a harder difficulty and all this stuff, but it was a little bit too late, and it was like, here's,
People took it out of context on the internet.
I mean, anything
Oh
to
man.
get them Elon bucks, I guess, to make it
Oh
like, because
man.
some of it has to do with the fact that Xbox fans made fun of Wolverine, so this is just the console war fighting back, where it's like
Returning.
you made fun of Wolverine, so we're gonna make fun of Fable, right? And whatever, that's just how the console war is. Like that's an Xbox game,
War.
that's a PlayStation game. This is war.
War never changes.
Um, but yeah, I mean, I will mention, just like I said with the Wolverine previews that we saw, where I was like, I wasn't impressed by the previews. Like, I didn't find the footage from the beginning level of the game to be like super awesome. Like, even like the very beginning of this game, Resonance, it's like the very first level is a tutorial. There's a lot of tutorializing, and I'm sorry, like, I've been through so many of these in my life, they're boring. Like, let me teach you how to swing your sword. Let me teach you to parry. Let me set up all the like usually these first levels in games are just boring because you've done it all and seen it all. Like, it doesn't really.
Oh man, like Star Wars was like that too, where it was like, oh, this is how you shoot an enemy. And it's
Exactly. So
just
it's like, watching
uh,
just the tutorial stuff is boring. So like a lot of that Wolverine was just tutorial stuff, and it was just like, yeah, like the stealth stuff looked uninspired and boring. Like the chase sequence with the smell line was like, okay, that's whatever. Like the boss fight with the Sentinel was like uninspired. It's like, yeah, but I'm not going to judge the whole game based off of clips from the beginning tutorial first level. Like, there's going to be more going on here, just like there is more in Resonance, and there will be more in Fable. It's just funny because then people say like, well, if you thought Wolverine stuff wasn't good and you say this is good, well, then your opinion means jack shit. And it's like, no, because I can hold multiple different thoughts in my head. It's like, I'm still gonna get Wolverine because I don't think the whole game is gonna be like the tutorial stuff that showed at the beginning. Just like, I think there's more going on with Fable. Plus, Fable versus Wolverine's like a different style of game in general in the first place, right? Uh, but if they want to present it like, well, if you like one and don't like the other, then like you're untrustworthy or your opinion's dog shit or whatever. But it did, because like when I saw that, I was just like, okay, I need to find out more. But a lot of people don't want to find out more. They'll just see the clip and they're like, okay, I've made up my mind. I wanted to see everything like, that preceded it, and I saw it. And I was like, oh, okay, this explains a lot. It's playing on a hard difficulty, and the enemies do react. I don't know why that boss wasn't reacting. Is that a feature for like all bosses within like the game, where like that's just something they just don't do, or is it not implemented for that character? I know like there were some devs like Thomas Mahler that came out and being like, how could you even show this to the public? It's like, dude, calm your jets, bro. Calm your jets. You know? Uh but yeah, I mean everything else I've seen it with Fable looks great. Like I really like the documentary style of narrating that they're showing. Have you seen some of that where like
It's very
this
British.
it's but
It's
it's
very
also like
Stephen Merchant.
it is, but also it's super unique. I can't think of a single game that's done something like this, like the Office style way of
No, I don't
telling
think
the
so.
story in a video game. Like I don't think I've ever experienced that in a game. So that's already a unique selling point. And I think they've even said today at Gamescom that uh the main campaign for Fable takes, let me see, cuz I bookmarked it. Or maybe I didn't. Apparently takes 15 to 20 hours for the main campaign. And if you do all the side missions and side quests and stuff, that's another 15 to 20 hours. So essentially, if you do everything in the game, it's 30 to 40 hours.
Mm.
And, like we mentioned earlier about like people with time and value, some people will say like, well, a game like Fable that's been in development for 8 years, how could the main campaign be only 15 hours long? That seems really short. And there are other people who will be like, actually, the shorter the better. Like Resonance here is like a 12-hour game, and I think that's the perfect length. Like anything more would have been just being like, the game didn't need to be 15 or 20 hours. Like it tells the story it needs to tell in the time it has to tell it in. It's like just long enough. And like anything longer, you'd be like, okay, wrap it up already. Like the combat's already sort of like exceeded it. It's use
Welcome.
by date, right? Where it's like, okay, now you're noticing all the flaws, and it's like, oh, I'm sick of doing it or whatever. But like I sometimes like I'm always in the mood for a shorter game. Like I don't mind games that are 10 hours long. Now with something with Fable with has like side quests and stuff, it's like, well, at least I know I'm gonna do everything and I'll get like 40 hours out of it. But I definitely know there'll be people who won't like the fact that it's that short. But hey, in this day and age with how old we're getting, like sometimes shorter games are better. Like I don't need every game to be super long. Like they already said GTA 6 is like what, 80 hours? Like I don't need I don't really need those games to be, I don't even know if I have the time, This isn't like my 20s anymore. Like where you
Yeah, I
play
mean
something, it's like, oh man, I'm 80 hours. Like I don't know if I want that,
the
but
way I see it is like they spent a lot of time retrofitting the Forza tech for an RPG. And this is potentially like a good canvas for like more content. I would hope if it's a big world and that kind of thing. I'd imagine they've got like a post-launch plan. Is there like an ultimate edition like has guaranteed DLC announced yet and stuff like that?
I
I mean,
don't. There is $100 I think there is a more
I'll have a
expensive
look.
version
Give
that
me a sec.
has early access. I'm not sure what else it has. I'm not sure if they've announced expansions or anything for it.
I would imagine they're gonna do expansions because I don't think you work on an engine for this long and then just be like, oh, we're just gonna
Well, if
ship it
they
and
do
forget about it.
expansions, maybe it'll be separate from the expensive version. I don't know. Like, cause
Well, there's a
Forza.
90 quid version,
Okay,
and
what
the
comes
90
with it?
quid version comes with Fable Order of the Hero. Is that? Order of the Hero. That sounds like a DLC to me.
Maybe they did announce that. I don't know. I
Fable?
was I just assumed they hadn't because but then again, Playground typically does with their Forza always has 2 expansions included in their most expensive version. So maybe
Yeah, it does seem like there's a DLC plan already for this Order of the Hero thing.
okay.
So it just seemed like when you pre-order it at 90 quid or $100, you do get an extra expansion with it down the line. There's a bunch of cosmetics, there's soundtrack, blah 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 blah, the rest of it. Um, but yeah, I imagine they're going to stick with this for a while. There does seem to be this huge trend right now of just like sticking with games for a longer period of time. Like we're going to talk about the Witcher 3 expansion in a minute and the Witcher 3 2.0 remaster
Mhm.
thing that they got going on. Like, and there's a bunch of games that are getting these kind of like classic games where it's like, oh, actually, we're going to go back and do something to this. Like Diablo 2 got an expansion. I think we talked
Mhm.
about it last week.
Yeah, we did.
And Age of Empires 2 has almost been a model for this. Like after like 20 years of being on hiatus, Age of Empires 2 rose from the dead and he's now getting regular expansions again, which is crazy. I think a lot of other devs are like, you know what? Actually, people still like and play these games. And looking at the Steam figures, like a lot of these old classic games still have like a lot of players. And it's kind of like, well, why wouldn't you? Darkest Dungeon 1 got a new DLC for the first time in half a decade. I don't know. It's interesting. So I imagine Fable will get a lot of post-launch content and that kind of thing. But yeah, I'm like you. I was sold on the game already. Like that like legendary combat gameplay with the heavy, like that didn't bother me. And I think this is one of the issues that with like this is one of the issues I think people had with Cyberpunk because I gave Cyberpunk a really high review score and people clowned on me for it at the time. But like I would argue that Cyberpunk hasn't really for me as a netrunner player, I would argue Cyberpunk hasn't fundamentally changed a whole lot, between launch and now, in my opinion. Um, yeah, unless like you're talking about bug fixes and stuff, sure. But like as a netrunner, the experience is largely the same. And I played it as a netrunner. So like I didn't go toe to toe with enemies. I didn't do a lot of shooting. I hid in the corner and made people shoot themselves in the head by hacking them, you know. So I'm kind of like I'm looking at this combat gameplay with the two-handed weapon and I'm thinking like, well, I ain't gonna play a two-handed weapon dude anyway. I'm gonna play like a wizard. Because I always play a wizard. Because I'm a wizard, Harry you know? So, like, when I play this, like, I'm gonna be setting the dude on fire. I'm not gonna be hitting him. But, like, if the play style doesn't feel good, you have other options. Is kind of like what is typical in an RPG, no? I don't know.
Yeah, people always say one of the things about RPGs is that the combat usually sucks. I mean, there is a contingent of people that say Witcher 3 combat's always sucked or whatever, right?
Those people are absolutely insane, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And Witcher 3 has amazing combat.
Um so a little bit there's a little bit more like Asha started talking about I guess today cuz I see Tom Warren tweeted about it that Asha confirmed that Helix is a family of devices, which is like if you listen to this show obviously like we've mentioned that before. I mean, Jez
Yes,
has always
we
said that
sure
Helix
did.
is just the code name for a set of next gen devices. Now, whether what those next gen devices are, or is one of them a handheld, is one of them OEM devices, unsure. But she said we've been hard at work on great next generation and a great family of devices for Helix, and we'll share more soon. So I mean, yeah. But then she also talked about Helix, Jez, in the sense of like being more affordable, right? What was
Yeah.
what was some of those quotes?
I can't remember the affordable bit off the top of my head. The thing that I zeroed in on was like her comments about exclusivity and Helix. She said that that when they're thinking about um when they're thinking about the platform all up, they're thinking about the health of the business. I think they're very cognizant of affordability, people not having enough money, and just RAM being expensive and that kind of stuff. So I suppose like when it comes to the business being healthy, it's like how much do you want to subsidize, you know, because we've been in a situation where Call of Duty and Minecraft and Candy Crush have been subsidizing bits of the business that weren't performing very well, like global publishing or like some of the studios Microsoft acquired that didn't actually, ship a game, I suppose. Um so when it comes to Helix and Elder Scrolls 6 being exclusive, she said stuff like We're not commenting on Elder Scrolls 6, and she was smiling and really coy about it because she knows people are really interested.
Yeah, because
But in
she
my
was.
mind, she kind of left the door open for it, and
Yeah, well, the
I think that
exact quote
kind of
was.
hedging their bets. Sorry, go
So
on.
this is the BBC. So like the exact quote is: "Every platform needs some form of exclusive experiences and content. We shared Gears of War E-Day and Clockwork Revolution. We're going to do the best we can to continue to do that, all in the context of the business being healthy, and we have to balance that." And then Laura pressed Asha to discuss Elder's exclusivity, and Asha smiled and replied, "It's a beautiful game." And that's pretty much it. Now, like, obviously, you can read into that whichever way you want, not outright confirming
I
it or
want to
not
read.
outright denying it. I don't really think it matters in this stage because I believe Elder Scrolls is still 2 years away at the earliest. So I also feel like there's really no benefit to saying they probably haven't made up their minds yet. And we've talked about this to
They're
death about.
probably like they're hedging their bets a little bit. Like maybe they're like, well, maybe the situation is different in a couple of years. Maybe memory prices come down. Maybe there is a way we can subsidize making it exclusive because making it exclusive is an investment. It's an investment in your own platform. If you're just saying like, well, we're going to forego
Yeah,
the tens of millions, hundreds of
sure,
millions
but
of
then
dollars.
but then you say that, and so if you say it's an investment in the franchise, and then you don't actually do it, then that says then you're not willing to invest in your platform. Then why should anybody else invest in your platform?
Exactly. But like,
So
that's how we feel. But like, does the wider public
I
think
know,
that?
well, potentially, like we said, like Elder Scrolls and Fallout are the best chances they have to get people to like, hey, you want this? The only place to get it is
That
here.
we know of.
Sure, like outside of any sort of new thing they come up with or some new feature that is just revolutionary. Sure, but like at the same time, they haven't like there's been one Elder Scrolls trailer back in 2018. They haven't even done a re-reveal of it yet. So if they were like if they are or were planning on doing it exclusivity, we wouldn't know about it until that would be like one of the most like the same thing with like Helix having a disk drive. I don't think it's going to be in some sort of news announcement. It'll be like the reveal of Helix. Pre-orders are going to be available in the next day, and then you also say, "Hey, it has a disk drive," and then it's like, okay, so then
Mm,
people can actually take action, pre-order the thing. Same thing with like some like Elder Scrolls. Like you don't want to say it's exclusive now, or I mean, I guess you could if you're really confident about it, because what are people really gonna do? Like I guess they could buy a Series X, but like you want to take advantage of it like when you show it again for the first time. So if you say 2027 or 2028 and you show off a trailer, then you could easily do the same thing they did with Asha just did with Gears E-Day, where they showed it off in the beginning, and the first thing they say is an Xbox console exclusive, and like that's how you would do it, and at least in my opinion, like if you wouldn't
mm,
say it in an interview with the BBC, like that's like low that's like low engagement. And you want to do it when all eyes are on you, when everybody's watching your stuff, just like you did with Gears, and it causes like a feeling within people. I mean, we don't know for sure whether or not it will be, but clearly they're being asked about it, and they know that it's important, and it's just a matter of like how serious are you? Because if it is an investment in the platform, and then you don't actually do it, well, then that tells us all we need to know about how you feel about the platform. If you're not going to invest in it,
Well,
then why
I
should
I think
anybody else invest in it?
I mean
So
it's more complicated than that in
I
my
don't
view.
really
I
think it's
mean,
no. I don't really think
no,
it's
I think it
I don't
is.
think
I
it's
think
any
it
more
is.
complicated than that. Like, look,
I think
every
it's a per studio.
blah blah
It's
blah
a
blah
per
blah.
studio P&Ls. It's per studio
Sure,
P&Ls,
I get
man.
it. I get it. But Jez,
If they
it's really as
if
simple
they've
as
invested, if they've designed the P&Ls for Elder Scrolls 6,
uh huh.
um around PlayStation's user base, then it makes it hard to justify skipping out on it, right?
I mean, do you not
It's
think
that's
they
like a
designed Gears Z Day around the PlayStation user base? I would say that was designed more around PlayStation's user base than Elder Scrolls has been.
Do you really think so?
Absolutely. Are you fucking kidding me? PlayStation. They made Gears exclusive. Like the year Gears was supposed to come out on They put Gears Reloaded on PlayStation. Like for all intents and purposes, Elder Scrolls is 2 or 3 years away. Like, what do you like?
Oh, okay, fair enough, fair enough.
And same thing with
But
you
like,
think when they originally revealed Clockwork Revolution, the thought wasn't also going to be everything was multi-platform at that point. So you pull
I
those
think it
two
was like
things.
eventually.
Well, maybe
I
not.
think
Well, we
I
don't
think
we won't know.
Clockwork Revolution was going to be an avowed thing. But yeah, I think you're right.
Sure,
Gears was probably.
they were
But
setting the
I think
framework
Gears is
and the
also like
groundwork for
you're gonna
Gears to do
lose
that.
less. Yeah, sure, but you're gonna lose less money putting Gears on PlayStation in the short term than you would Elder Scrolls. Like if you skip PlayStation and Elder Scrolls, you are leaving a lot of money on the table. You know,
Yeah, but
that's a
you're all
lot more of a risk.
but you're always
I'm
leaving
seeing it from their
money.
point of
But
view. I'm
my
just seeing
point
it
is,
from
you're
their point of view.
always leaving money on the table. You're always but like the flip side is that you're trying to get more people to buy your hardware and spend money on your store, knowing that you could sell more copies and make more money with Elder Scrolls if you could sell it in more places. Nobody's denying that. But like Netflix could get more eyes on if Stranger Things was on HBO Max and Peacock and all these sort of places, but it never like it's only in one spot because like that they know the she even says it, they know the value of exclusive content. Like that's where like Phil and Sarah for whatever reason like they thought exclusive content was negligible, or like even Sarah said in interviews it was an antiquated way of thinking or an antiquated way of doing it. And okay, like why they thought that? Is that just because like we need to do that because we're multi-platform now? And now they've completely pivoted and they said these things. So, you know, I don't know, man. Like, I get like everybody understands why they would want it multi-platform, and everybody understands that it costs a lot of money, and they'd make more money if it was. But at the end of the day, like if you're talking about bringing the console back to like strength or strengthening the console business and getting people a reason to buy your hardware and all those things, like, and you don't use the ace up your sleeve, then like I don't even like, I don't know.
What are we doing here?
Like what are we doing? Like, and
Nah.
I'm not even saying if they did it, it would be a success and people would even care because there's always the chance it wouldn't. But like, it's certainly your best chance.
A shot.
But like, I get it. Like, you're not going
Maybe
to
they
answer.
feel like Maybe they feel like Starfield was the last chance they were gonna do for that.
Sure, I mean there is that, but like you have new leadership in place and all that sort of stuff. I don't know. We'll see. Like this is still probably years away from ever getting a confirmation either way, and it very well could be what you initially thought when we first talked about this. It was just maybe it's exclusive for a year, maybe it's just timed exclusive, and you put it on PlayStation a year later,
Yeah.
and that's
I think
sort of
like
what you get. But
I think this if you are going to do like a timed exclusivity thing, it's pretty clear that the Bethesda games are the one of the ones that is the right one to do it with, because those are games that have a really long tail. Like people are still buying Skyrim even now, you know, and it's Skyrim's actually getting an update soon, another big update soon. And Fallout 4's had a load of updates. You know, Creation Club keeps those games alive a lot longer. So I feel like if there was any game that you could do the timed exclusivity thing with and get away with it, like completely get away with it over the course of the game's life, it absolutely is probably Elder Scrolls 6. And also, I think Tom Warren tweeted yesterday that he's expecting Forza Horizon 6, 7, no, 6 to drop in January 2027. So like that's like several months of exclusivity for Forza. And Forza is another game that absolutely will sell months or even maybe even years after the fact, right? So I think like I think for me, if I had to guess, I think they'll make it timed exclusive.
mhm.
That's what I think they'll do. Timed exclusivity. That's where I'm going to plant my flag. That's where I'm going to make my bet. Is timed exclusivity
It
for
is
them.
interesting that this constantly comes up. Like you have BBC asking about it, right? It's the question that's never going to go away because you've opened door for it with Gears and Clockwork Revolution and talking about exclusivity. Like they're the ones who started the conversation. Asha initially replied to the guy and said, "Heard you." They've talked about exclusivity in their like newswire updates. Like it wasn't something that like fans just were like. I mean, fans were hoping for it, but like Xbox and Asha threw gasoline on the fire, and people expected it, and then it happened. And yeah, they're not going to say anything different now. Like, yeah, of course they need to balance the business, and the business has to be healthy, all those sort of things. But like, I wouldn't expect them to say anything different. And it'll be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but if they're sort of worried about the conversation, it's like, well, whenever you do re-reveal Elder Scrolls 6 again, Elder Scrolls 6 again, you're just gonna everybody. That's literally going to be the only thing people. So you're almost doing like the game to the service by announcing it and not saying either way if it is, because like the thing people are going to want to know right away is like, is it exclusive or not?
Yeah,
More,
yeah.
like, so that'd be something you maybe would like. Here's the trailer, and then here's Xbox exclusivity, and then people can get over it and make their decisions either way. But like this is like, but say like my point is that they've fostered the discussion around it by bringing it all back up and actually having exclusives, and knowing that the exclusives they have aren't going to move the needle in any significant way, and it's more the ones in the future that will. It's just a question of, do you have the balls to do it? Because I understand the trepidation. Don't get me wrong. Like I get it. A lot of money you're leaving on the table, but whatever. We've talked about this a lot, and I'm sort of talking around in circles about it at this point. Gamescom. So I don't know. Is there anything really from the Jeff show you want to talk about? I mean, like, I didn't watch the
Mm.
show. I didn't watch look, I like Jeff Keighley. I appreciate the fact he puts on these shows, but like the Gamescom show is always like the red-haired stepchild of like the runt of the litter, essentially, right? Because he puts on a show in
It's a
June,
lot of
and
indie
then
stuff.
immediately, and like he has to put on one in August, and then he has the big one in December. So like, as a priority, it's like, yeah, it's the third one. So I never watch it because and even when I sat there and I was like, okay, I'm gonna watch all the trailers from the show, I even was getting bored. I was like, oh, like I can't imagine how people felt watching the 2.5 hours for this. So I mean, I don't know. Is there anything specific like the new Hyoverse thing? Like, there's a lot of samey looking
Oh
like Chinese and
god.
Korean stuff from
Higher
here.
is getting, yeah. Higher is getting absolutely cooked right now for like their new gacha free to play game is so blatantly a rip off
Oh yeah,
of Elden Ring. It's not even funny.
there was there
It's
was
like
there was like a
can't Jesus.
there was
It's
like an
so
anime looking
unoriginal.
like Resident Evil game that is clearly just Gen AI that just like stole things from Resident Evil and Silent Hill, and they just put like anime characters in it. Um,
It's kind of funny because there is a there's a cultural there's a cultural discrepancy here. Like the like the AI slop thing's a big debate in the West. Like I've heard that it's just not in China. Like people don't really care if
mhm.
it's AI generated. So like I think a lot of these studios in China that are trying to like break into the West are having to reckon with some of this stuff. And the thing is, the same was true of gacha games once upon a time though as well, where people were like, oh, that's just gambling, blah 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 blah. Whereas like Chinese gamers like um they wouldn't even give it a second look if it wasn't free to play, is another thing I've been told. Um Whereas like, the discourse around some of these games like the Hoyoverse game and the, you know, other games where it's so blatant that they've got a heavy cadence of like AI use, which is clearly ripped off other things like Elden Ring. Like it's just it's just not really controversial over there. So I suppose they're gonna have to like figure out how to navigate that with the Western audience if they don't want the negative PR hits. But I actually wonder like how many people actually care, you know? Um maybe it's all just a Twitter bubble. Maybe most people are actually just like Gaz who love AI slop,
Mhm.
you know? Gaz is out here like just loving the slop. He's mired in the slop.
Yeah.
He's mired in the
Septic slop. The septic
the
slop.
septic slop. Yeah, I was gonna say. So Gaz made a hilarious AI meme video of Xbox creators in the corn got the life video, which was good.
Mm,
Was it Freak on a Leash? I can't remember.
just
No, it's
freak
Freak
on
on
a
a Leash,
leash.
not God the Leash. Yeah, Freak on a Leash. But yeah, that's where I think AI is primarily has its strength is in memes. It's not in games. It's not in creating like art or music or anything like that. I think it's memes. That's where AI shines. It's memes.
Well,
Shines nowhere else.
I'll just
Nowhere else.
pick out the ones that I thought were somewhat interesting. Tides of Annihilation. They changed Jennifer English to the chick from
Do
Resident
we
Evil
know why
Requiem.
she left?
I don't know. Health issues, I think she said, was why she left.
Hmm.
But I think Tides of Annihilation looks cool. Yeah, like Control Resonant. I can't wait to play Control 2. I think Blood of the Dawnwalker looks really good. There's a lot of these Game of Thrones games now, which is weird because there weren't a lot of the games when it's at its height of its popularity. But now that it's been over for 10 years, it seems like they're doing more of these. It's like, whatever.
Maybe just
Exodus.
that's how long it took to develop them.
Yeah, Exodus got a release date, which is a game I'm looking forward to. It's like Mass Effect-y sci-fi game, which is super cool. Maybe the game that outside of Witcher, the game that impressed a lot of people and got a lot of people talking was Warlock Dungeons and Dragons, with the
Yeah, that looked really good.
female warlock. That looked
Yeah.
really cool action RPG, which is also coming next year, which was a surprise. But the gameplay they showed was pretty cool. What else? Yeah, so
Some
I'm
343
Metro
alumni working on
2039
it.
gameplay looked great. Metro is going to be awesome. Another game for the February logjam though, Jez. So you have Metro 2039, you have God of War Le Fay, you have Fable, you have Persona 4 Royale, and you have Tomb Raider Legacy of Atlantis all launching in February.
What are you prioritizing out of those, buddy?
I mean, I'll prioritize. Well, we know that Tomb Raider launches before God of War and like I would prioritize Fable a bit, probably. Uh, and we don't know the rest of the year, so for all we know, like March might be more open in April. But I literally want to play outside of Persona 4 Royale. I want to play all those games. So I would imagine Metro is maybe beginning of February, so I would be able to play Metro, and then like depending on other facts. But I'm gonna play all four of those. But it's just another logjam, just like it is for September.
What's to do with these log jams, bro?
I don't know. They all trying to avoid GTA, so it's like our game's
Something
ready.
should something should launch in January.
Well, Stranger Than Heaven is launching in January, and I think even one of these games is launching in January. Aeon, I think. Or no, not Aeon. I don't know. One of these other games. What else is on here? Geez, like that's how I know. I'm looking at the trailers, and I'm just like, yeah, I don't really. Oh, Stage Tour. Basically,
Oh yeah,
so
Guitar Hero.
so basically, Stage Tour is Guitar Hero Rock Band, and Xbox has the Guitar Hero IP. Where's that, Jazz? Like,
I don't know, man.
you got Stage
I
Tour
don't
out
know.
here selling $350 bundles of band equipment for their game. Okay,
I know someone who bought the entire
so do I.
bundle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez. Yeah, there's like nothing else. Heroes of Might and Met. No Law trailer I thought was cool. It's like the cyberpunk looking game from Neon Giant, open world FPS RPG. I thought that was
What did they make?
from the Swedish team Neon Giant. I don't know. I'd have to Google it.
It rings a bell.
Antos, I'm interested in. That's the people that did that's Frictional Games, the people that did Soma. I thought that game's gonna be cool.
Their games are too scary for me.
Yeah, I'm just scrolling through Final Fantasy VII Revelation. Next year is going to be a Final Fantasy binge for me. Even though I've played Remake, I'm going to play Remake again. Then I'm going to play Rebirth, which I haven't played, and then I'm going to play Revelation because they said that's coming spring 2027. So
You're gonna be burned out of Final Fantasy if you do that.
no, I'll be fine. I'm not. because I'm probably just going to do the main story and Rebirth. Like I'm not going to do all the side content. It might be one of those things where I do like Resident Evil 7 remake in like December, and then January like I'll play Rebirth because there's doesn't really seem like there's much coming there. And then whenever like spring is what typically April, May, June, so maybe May for Final Fantasy 7. But you could tell by the fact what people really thought of the show and what Jeff thought of the show, considering what closed the show was Witcher 3, an 11-year-old game. But I think
Yeah,
partially
but
that is because it was a big surprise because they announced Witcher 3 Remastered, which I didn't really think there was any rumors about. And Witcher 3 Remastered is free upgrade for anybody who owns Witcher 3. Now, I would assume, Jeff, let me ask you this question. Because I own two versions of The Witcher 3. I own the regular version, and I also own the complete edition. So, do you think both versions will get updated?
yes.
Okay, because the complete edition is probably the one I'm going to play because I don't have any achievements in that one.
Well, the thing is, I think it's the same app package, isn't it?
It probably
I think
is.
it's just a messed up store listing. I don't know.
But
So it's something that needs to solve.
you know, they also showed off like the first look at the new DLC, Songs of the Past, which is coming out in 2027.
Looks
So
amazing.
2027 not only is the year of Final Fantasy for me, it's also going to be the year of The Witcher. Because I never finished The Witcher 3. I'm going to have to start it over. And I'm going to start it over with this remaster, which is actually coming in a month. It's releasing on September 28th, I think, or September 26th. And it has like all these fixes. It's like better combat, better visuals, like all
Xbox
these sort of
Play
things.
Anywhere.
Yeah, like all this sort of stuff, like all these, like it's all in the trailers and stuff. And the game looks like really good, like better mount control handling for Roach. And it's like, man, the CD Projekt Red, I'm telling you, man, like I wonder if they were shaken by what they did with Cyberpunk, where like they were considered one of the top studios in the game. You know, when people consider the top studios, it's like Rockstar, Naughty Dog, CD Projekt Red. Like there's a group of maybe like 5 or 10 that people would mention. And it felt like their reputation took a big hit because of Cyberpunk and how they launched that game on like previous generations and how hard they worked to fix that, because it's like once you lose your reputation, it's done and over with. And you know, they did the 2.0 update, they had the amazing Phantom Liberty, and it seems like they salvaged it, but it definitely seems like they're still trying to make good. And then here's this remaster of Witcher 3 that's free to everybody. And in generation where you have like PlayStation charging for upgrades, granted like Xbox and Nintendo doesn't necessarily do, but you don't necessarily always see this. You'll see remasters, but you don't see remasters on this scale. Like the amount of things they're doing and the amount of things they're changing. Like most people, most companies potentially would charge for this like a good amount of money. They call it a remake and charge you $30 or $50 or something. But no, it's just free because they are trying to also sell you the DLC for, you know, song, and they got Witcher 4 coming like in the next year. So it's all like part of that whole thing. But what do you think of all this?
Pound for pound.
Pound for pound.
What I think? Pound for pound.
Pound for pound.
I think CD Projekt Red is the best dev in the whole world.
Pound for pound, he says.
Pound for pound.
I mean, you can make the argument, sure. Absolutely.
I think they are. You know, and they're just, I know how much they care, you know. And it's evident how much they care, and it does kind of reminisce of Sean Murray and No Man's Sky.
Mm-hmm.
There's that whole meme of like, no, Sean, let me give you money.
Let me give you money, Sean. Yeah.
Yeah,
Please.
and Sean's still there. Like after all the hype for No Man's Sky, and then people felt let down, and since then he's just been very much pumping out non-stop free updates for No Man's Sky, turning it absolutely, taking it well beyond anything that was ever pitched, right? And CD Projekt Red's kind of on the same path, and I suppose it's like when you are a studio that, or when you're the type of personality where you feel like you've wronged someone, and you feel like you got to make up for it. I kind of like that's the like the. It feels like the spirit of CD Projekt Red. There's no hubris. It's all just like, you know. But the thing is, they've always done this. Like they launched The Witcher 3 with like a ton of. There was like a free DLC every month for The Witcher 3, and it was stuff like weapons and just little things. Oh, but then they started adding extra quests for free. Like people forget this. Like The Witcher 3 got a bunch of free quests on top of like the industry leading expansions. And I don't know. I genuinely believe pound for pound they're the best dev in the world, bar none.
Are you gonna
And
replay
I'm hyped as fuck for it.
Witcher 3 again?
100% definitely. On I actually already started a Witcher 3 replay on the highest difficulty. I got pretty far in, but not far enough that I'm not willing to abandon it to start over again on the Xbox Ally. But to be, I don't. Will I even have to do that? Maybe my save just upgrades. I don't know. Probably will. Actually, come to think of it. So maybe I don't even have to abandon my Death March save or whatever it's called, and I just get the upgrade and then start playing on the Ally. Oh, I just love them, man. I just think they're fantastic people.
Yeah,
Love them.
it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Like it breathes more life into Witcher 3, right? It gets people excited to revisit the world. It's sort of like also marketing for Witcher 4 in a way, right? Because Witcher 4 is coming in 2028, so they get a bunch of people to come back on, experience like the new changes and potentially buy the DLC and make money, but then also gets them excited for Witcher 4 in the following year. It's like perfect marketing synergy, you know? It's too bad like the TV show ended up being a pile of garbage, huh? I mean, it was really good for 2 seasons, and then it like fell off a cliff.
That's not their fault. And to be fair, wasn't it more based on the books?
No, because that's the problem Henry Cavill had was that they were just doing things not in the books. Remember that's the big shit he had with it.
The first season was like it wasn't based on the games though. Like originally, it was based on the books.
Yeah.
And then they just started doing their own shit. And Henry Cavill had a crash out. And he was like, "Well, fine, I'll work with an IP that's so impossibly difficult about lore accuracy that no one can complain when I bitch about the details." He just went off and started working on Warhammer.
It's kind of crazy.
Which, by the way, it's confirmed that Cavill will direct and play the lead role in the Warhammer stuff he's doing.
So is that why you're reading those books? Are they adapting the Horus Heresy or something?
I don't know what they're adapting. I don't think it's confirmed yet. I'm reading the Horus Heresy because like a lot of people say it's like where you should start.
Yeah, it's probably the best place to start, I guess.
And it's like you got to pick your allegiance, man. Like I need to see for myself if maybe Horus was right. Maybe Chaos is the good one. Maybe they're the good guys,
Maybe.
I need to figure out which side of the heresy I stand on, bro.
Maybe.
Oh dear. I wonder if there's any heretics in chat.
I'm sure there's probably some heretics in chat.
Yeah, and Chaos Marines are pretty cool.
So you know what? Let's take some super chats or let's take some Patreon questions. So for those of you who've been here hanging out with us, enjoying your Friday, if you haven't done so already, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel. If you haven't, leave us a review on iTunes or Spotify. Thumbs up or 5 stars or whatever. Don't forget our sponsor, surfshark.com/XB2, 86% off a 2-year deal to protect yourself with a VPN online. And patreon.com/XB2, where you can ask us some questions we always answer at the end of the show. So let's move on over and see what the peeps are talking about here. We got C. Woody. It says, hello, my dear close personal friends, Rand and Jez. With Fable shaping up to be pretty good, do we see Playground Games get their fingers into more of the Xbox pie? I love to see some of that sharp British wit in the writer's room collaborate with another studio to get Conquer off the ground. You might be asking for too much there. Well, as soon as you brought up Conquer, I was like, yeah, okay. It seems like more and more co-developing will be in the future, and I think Playground's talent will be extremely valuable. I'd agree. I think also if you're expecting a new Conquer anytime soon, I doubt it. But I think Playground is a valuable studio, like in general, like especially if Fable is a massive success. Like we already just talked about, like Jez saying, pound for pound, CD Projekt Red might be one of the best studios out there, right? And we just seen what
The best.
Rockstar is doing with GTA. You know, if they make Fable and Fable's a critically and commercially successful game, you can argue with an action RPG and the biggest racing game on the planet, then Playground Games would have to be considered as one of the top studios in gaming, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Um,
I do one thing I do wonder about this whole thing is because I knew there was some internal debate at Microsoft about whether to use Forza Tech or Unreal Engine, and they decided to use Forza Tech just because Playground was, pretty familiar with it. But part of me wonders if there was like a political thing there where, you know, I can't remember his name, but the guy who was running Turn 10 Studios he became the lead of he became studios lead for a little while, and then Craig
Alan
Duncan took
Hartman
over. Yeah, maybe.
or Dan
Maybe that's
Greenwald.
who. One of them. I think it was Hartman. Yeah, like like maybe there was a political thing where it's like we want it to be Forza Tech because it kind of anchors us. Like if you're working on Unreal Engine, it kind of like it sort of reduces your studio's cachet maybe a little bit. And part of me wonders like, could Forza Tech now, like after they've been using it to develop an RPG for so long, are the tools going to be like good enough, mature enough where they can actually use it on other games now? You know, so like even if it wasn't necessarily Playground working on one of Microsoft's other franchises, is there like a universe where you know they start switching to Forza Tech for other games, not just potentially Fable and Forza itself? I don't know, but on the point, like if Fable is good, Rand, because it is a classic Xbox franchise. What do you think Playground should look to do after that? Because presumably Fable's Playground's essentially got two teams now. One that works on story-driven action games, which is staffed by former CD Projekt Red and former Rockstar devs. If you look at the alumni, what former IP would you have them work on
I mean, I don't know if you
if Fable is
necessarily.
good?
I don't think you move them off Fable. I think you just do another Fable.
You
You do
just do
Fable
another
2.
Fable?
Yeah. Like you have the team do Forza Horizon, and then you have the team. Presumably, the next Fable won't take as long as this Fable, right? Because all like everything's kind of worked out. So essentially,
They got the engine and assets.
you
Yeah.
could make Fable faster instead of it taking 8 years. You can probably make another one in 4 or something. So then you just like have that's assuming it's success. Like maybe Fable is not a success, and then are they a 2 studio team after that, or they just fold everyone into the main team? So hopefully it is, but I don't necessarily see. I mean, I know collaborations is great, but I don't necessarily see. I feel like the British humor thing is really only going to work at like a full like British studio working on something like Fable, where I think it works for Fable, but I'm not necessarily works. It would work for like anything that really isn't just So, but I don't really see that happening. Um, we got Frederick who says, "Hello, just wanted to show appreciation for what you guys do. Been listening to you guys for over a year and became a Patreon member just 2 weeks ago. Keep the flame going." Well, thank you, Frederick. Appreciate that. Question: I live in Sweden, and Xbox decided a few years ago that Scandinavia was a lost cause and stopped shipping consoles here. Finding an Xbox console here is as easy as to find an honest politician. I got my wife a console with the Danish retailer who takes hardware from Germany and ships it to Norway, Sweden, and Finland. Is this just because this console generation was lost, or are we seeing a new trend on what markets Xbox wants to focus on?
I think part of it is honestly just component costs. Like even before uh the memory route. Like there was already like it was already a weird economy because of inflation and COVID. And I think back when like interest rates were low, it was easy for Microsoft to like raise capital and borrow potentially out of nowhere in order to fund these kind of things, especially in other countries. So I think like a combination of interest rates, inflation, and then the component crisis. Because don't remember, there was a component crisis during COVID as well, because everyone transitioned to work from home. So all of a sudden, like there was a component crisis because of that too. I think like in that scenario, um, Microsoft just was probably like, we've got to sacrifice some of the regions we less popular in to maintain what we've got in the Anglo-centric regions where we've historically been done better, right? And I just think like, well, these regions are generally more PC coded anyway. And I think it's true not just for Xbox but also PlayStation. Like PC is surging in a lot of these regions, and part of it is like language barriers and the more customization you can get on like a sense of native ownership that you can get on PC that potentially you don't really get with the uh the console platforms. So I don't think it's indicative of Microsoft just being like, we're going to write off Sweden, Finland, Norway, Denmark, etc. forever. I think it's more of a situation of like, you know, if and when the economy becomes less insane and broken, and if and when we get more mature politicians in power, I'm not saying honest, but at least mature and less insane and more economically, I don't know, intelligent and not dumb as fuck. Um, no names mentioned. Then maybe things will abate and Xbox can look at returning to some of these regions. But until then, I think it's going to be tough going, and I think this memory crisis is going to last for at least a couple more years before things even start to vaguely look how they used to. But we'll see
Okay.
what happens.
We have Conquer, who says, "Hey guys, I was wondering to know if there has been a detailed list yet of games that will be supporting the disc to digital feature, and if this may be a way to get a digital copy of games that may have been delisted in the past if you still have the disc. Also, hands down, Fable. The game just looks incredible. That and Kingdom Hearts 4, not shown at Gamescom, are my most anticipated games for the next year. Thanks, guys." There hasn't been a list. We probably won't know the list until next week because they did say it'd be thousands, but not all of them. And I too am very interested about like games that are delisted. So if you have Deadpool or you have the Marvel Ultimate Alliance games, or I'm just trying to think of some other games that were released for the Xbox One that are delisted now. Like the delisted versions of the games are still on Microsoft servers because if you own the game digitally, you can re-download those games. So I'm assuming if like you own Deadpool Xbox One version, even though it's delisted, I would imagine if you put the disc in, you could still get the digital copy. But we won't know for sure until next week, right, Jez?
Yeah, I mean, it could be something like they need specific rights from rights holders in order to distribute that, because it is a new distribution method.
Yeah,
Like
maybe
it's not
you're
just
right.
it's yeah, it's
Because
not
they're the
just
like
like
some of the Transformers. One is like War for one of the Transformers games
Wolf
got
Cybertron
remastered,
maybe.
and that's
Yeah,
definitely people. That's something that people have been wanted Xbox to do is to like relicense those and whatnot.
yeah.
Like if you had the Xbox One version of that, like that presumably would work. But you are right. I don't know. Maybe like you said, because it would be a new distribution method, maybe it doesn't work. I mean, we'll find out next week.
I think
And
it's going to be all about licenses, and we'll find out next week.
Silas says, "Hey guys, and happy belated birthday, Rand. Thank you. With Rockstar finishing up GTA 6 and probably polishing up online for next year, what do you hope their next game will be? And realistically, what will it actually be? I would love to see another Manhunt game or a sequel to Bully, but I think going out on a limb, they're going to do a new IP set in a fantasy world. Living in the Red Dead Redemption and GTA worlds for so long, I can envision a scenario to where they want to do a project where they have freedom to construct a world and its rules to their whim. Their prior few games have been in part shaped by the constructs of our world, Imagine a Rockstar with no budget constraints making an Elder Scrolls killer. Oh, Warlock looked amazing. Well, here's my thing to you, Silas, is I don't think Rockstar would have a no budget constraint if they were making an Elder Scrolls killer or a new IP. I definitely think they would be constrained. I think you only give them an unlimited budget because like you are doing GTA and you know how it's going to sell. So what do I think is next for them? I wouldn't be shocked if they did Red Dead Redemption 3 at all. Like I don't think I see them doing Bully. I don't see them doing like a Midnight Club. I don't see them doing a Max Payne 4. I mean, I think they're publishing the Max Payne remakes, but that's Remedy working on those.
Yeah.
Honestly, like if I had to guess, I'd say it'd be Red Dead 3, but even Red Dead 3, I don't even know what, like, I said same thing, like, I don't know, like, who's Arthur Morgan? Why should I care? And then, like, I loved Red Dead Redemption 2, and Arthur Morgan became one of my favorite characters, and it added so much to the lore of Red Dead Redemption, where it's like, is Red Dead Redemption 3 you play as Dutch? And maybe, you know, like, something, like, I don't know, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was, because Red Dead Redemption is, like, it's not as big as GTA, but it's pretty damn big. So that would be my guess.
Yeah, part of me wants to believe they would try something new, but I also think like Red Dead, GTA are both absolutely known quantities. They know they'll sell shitloads of copies. Maybe like GTA 6 took so long where they're just like, you know what? We need to like do GTA 7, you know, and just maybe they just go straight to GTA 7 now because they have how long things take. It'd be a shame, but I could see that happening too.
Well, we don't even know anything about the online. Like we don't know when GTA Online's launching. They haven't said anything. We don't know if it's we don't know if it's something you get for free after buying this game. Like we don't know if it's like maybe like an additional thing or it's free to play and people are just going to, you know, like we don't know when it's launching. Is it launching like early next year? Is it launching a year from now? Like I think GTA Online was like a month later, or I think it was 2 weeks later from GTA 5, but we haven't heard or seen anything about GTA Online, so I don't know. Chris M says, "Hey guys, hope you've had a great week with all the news coming out of Gamescom. As most everyone seems to be excited following the GTA 6 showcase, I find myself an observer again, as I realized a while back Rockstar games just aren't for me, and that's fine. I've got more than enough to play. I'm curious what are some games in the past that were uber popular, like Zelda, or Red Dead Redemption 2, or Last of Us, for example, that left you feeling like that person at the party just hanging out in the corner and enjoying everyone else having fun. As far as Gamescom, they aren't new, but as a huge Mass Effect fan, I'm always glad to see more of Exodus and Osiris Reborn, as I hope they'll be worthy successors to that genre of game. Yeah, like the Expanse game by Owlcat looks great. And
Owlcat is amazing.
I'm crossing my fingers.
It's gonna be really special.
I'm crossing my fingers that Exodus is really good because I do miss I need my Mass Effect, you know, binge. I need.
It was that was the one with the octopus, right?
Yes, that was the one with the octopus
in the suit.
Yes,
that was funny as hell.
So I don't know. Like there are like the Pokemon games, like Pal World, which is like all these people enjoying that stuff, and I'm just like looking over at the corner at them as they enjoy their games, and I'm just, you know, where it's like where I'm just like I just don't care, and I know that's like super popular, or even you can like Fortnite and stuff, where it's like, all right, yeah, like everybody at this party is playing Fortnite, and I'm just over here in the corner, just whatever, you know. Usually, I think it usually comes down to it being like Nintendo games. Like a couple years ago, was it when? What was it? Breath of the what was the latest Zelda game to come out?
Breath of the Zelda slop.
Well, I don't know if it was called Breath of the whatever the last Zelda game was.
Ocarina of the Wind Waker.
You don't even know?
Of course I don't know. I don't play those games.
I'm just saying.
I like good games.
Oh boy.
I like good games like Rogue Trader.
Let me see if I can find
Dogfight.
Legend.
I'm gonna play me some Dogfight. Tears of the Kingdom.
Tears of the Kingdom. like,
That's what chat
as
said.
everybody, they got their Switches, or not Switch 2s, but millions and millions of people were playing Tears of the Kingdom, and I couldn't care less. It was like, okay, that's cool. Like, that would be those games, but it's typically Nintendo stuff. Me and Jez just don't care about that. Eric says, "Hey guys, thanks for the great podcast. Fable question: Fable gameplay blew me away. Generally looks more in depth than GTA 6. Not sure if you got my question in the previous podcast. If so, skip it. But why isn't anyone considering other types of physical media like USB things or cards like Nintendo? Blu-rays are cooked, but no way SD or USB media are that expensive." I think we did answer that question, but I guess
Yeah,
we'll
I
talk
remember
about it
talking about
again.
it.
I just I get like the idea of like, well, why if we're getting rid of physical, like if the we're getting rid of physical games, and like you reported in your thing of like, well, maybe it's because of the you know the machine behind the disk drives falling apart, like the supply chains, then why not use USB sticks, or why not use SD cards, or why not use any of the other stuff as a way to like sell the physical things? And I don't really have a good answer to that question, other than I also think, honestly, that they just want everybody to go digital. They want to be in control of that. They want, if like you're interested in buying a game for PlayStation, the only place you have to buy it from is them. And that everything, you know what I mean? Like, I sort of do feel like there is a bit of that control factor in, where it's like, we're getting rid of physical, and we're not going to implement like game key cards, or we're not going to implement SD cards, or we're not going to implement USBs. Like, we're just going the full way because we want to maximize the amount of money we'll make if people buy just directly from us. I do think there is like something to that. I could be wrong, but I don't see Microsoft or Nintendo going that route. I mean, do you? Do you see them suddenly adopting like game key cards like Nintendo on the
I
PS6 or the Helix or anything?
I mean, I don't think so. They'll probably just stick to like cards with the code on them, maybe. But the thing is, they've got this system now where you can resell a digital code, basically. So like, maybe it's even better for Microsoft to do game key cards than Nintendo, you know. But I don't know if there's like some kind of if there's some kind of limitations. Is it not just like a case of like, oh, why even bother when like 90% of our audience is digital anyway? That kind of thing. Um, It'd be interesting to see how they decide to go about it in the end, because I do think there's clearly there are clearly benefits to having like a physical retail presence. We're talking about Sweden, you know, and not having a physical presence in places like Sweden and Finland and stuff like that. Not having anything to sell to a retailer just reduces your store footprint. Like even like now when I'm walking around Germany and I'm going into shops, electronic shops, the gaming section is just like back in the day, there'd be like a huge area dedicated to gaming, right? But now it's just like you get a shelf with Steam cards, Xbox cards, PlayStation cards, so on. I don't know. Maybe we're just all opiuming for some kind of physical presence from Xbox, but I think the reality is it's probably just gonna go all digital like PlayStation.
Right. Darwin says, "Hey, Rand and Jez, listening to Jez rave about his Xbox IX has finally taken its toll. I found a good deal on Use One through Facebook Marketplace, and I'm picking it up tomorrow. I remember when it first released, you talked a lot about it being an early adopter's device, and you had suggestions for how to configure it optimally. Mine will be getting factory reset, so I was wondering how the device has changed to know from when it was first released. I believe you wrote up some articles, but with the impending release of the X20, it might be worth revisiting your old device to what you currently recommend for anyone getting one." Does.
Sorry, the X20. Like, should he get
Like,
one?
up, no, no, like he is getting like he's buying an Ally, and he was saying like you wrote guides back then, but like would you think about upgrading updating your guides now, considering like the time that has passed and things that have done and the new thing, like for new people potentially getting in on it?
Yeah, it's really tough because like the amount of time that it takes to write those guides, and then when people search for them, AI just steals the article. So like I've pretty much all websites mostly have pretty much stopped doing guide articles now because Google just steals the content, and there's nothing you can do to stop them stealing the content, you know. And if you don't let them steal the content, they won't rank your news stories or your exclusives. I've pretty much stopped doing guides almost entirely. But there are some good YouTubers out there like Carrie Golom, for example, who does a lot of guides about the Xbox Ally. Like one thing I might do is like write a re-review of the Xbox Ally because there does seem to be an issue with wear and tear after a year. I haven't had any wear and tear issues yet, thank God. Um, but uh, some people have. I've seen them popping up on Reddit. Um, but yeah, I don't know. CG Partlo in chat says, "Does Google not pay for scrubbing your guide content?" No, it fucking does not pay. They don't give us a fucking penny. They're literally stealing the content. They give us a little link, which no one clicks on, and they've destroyed the business. They've destroyed the whole business. So nobody writes guides anymore. That's why, like on newer games, when you ask ChatGPT for information, the information's terrible because nobody's writing guides anymore. And Reddit's thinking about cutting off Google as well. So there'll be even less information out there for these kind of systems. It's kind of funny, like, because all of AI basically revolves around the the 2023 internet and older. Like after 2023, the quality of human-made information online plummeted because there was no money in making guide content anymore. So like AI is only going to get dumber over time unless something changes. But anyway, I don't know. Um, it's it is what it is. But if you've got any questions about the Xbox Ally, just message me on Patreon or message me on Twitter. I will answer you directly. Like I won't have to write a guide for you. Just ask me. Just ask me,
Just
and
ask
I'll
Jess.
help
Just
you out.
ask him. Yeah.
Yeah. There's also some Xbox Ally websites, and the Xbox Ally subreddit is okay for asking questions and stuff. But yeah, just message me and I'll try and help you out.
We got Reactive who says, "Hello, when can we expect the first DLCs for Horizon 6 and especially Outer Worlds 2?" Yeah, good question. Typically, like the DLCs for Horizon, this is in the past, were like 6 months later, pretty soon after the release of the game, which would put that at like November. But I don't know if like Grand Theft Auto sort of has put a kibosh on stuff, but at this point, I'm expecting the first expansion for Forza Horizon to be like around the 1 year anniversary of the game. Probably also when they're going to release it on PlayStation. So that would be my guess is May of next year. I mean, maybe it could come sooner, like March. As for like Outer Worlds 2, that's a good question because the game did come out in October last year, and they haven't said anything about it, about when the DLC. And I can't imagine it releasing this year. So I would say maybe early next year would be my guess. I don't know. What do you think about either one of those, Jez?
Which one was that? Which game releasing?
Forza Horizon 6 first DLC and Outer Worlds 2 DLC. When can we expect them?
Outer Worlds 2 is getting DLC.
I think 2 expansions. I think, or at least one for sure. Yeah.
That's kind of crazy because like Avowed was the one that sold, and Avowed's not getting DLC. Oh man, yeah, I have honestly no idea. Maybe like by the spring for both of
That's
them.
that's what I was thinking. I was thinking the 1 year anniversary for
Yeah.
Forza. So you got to pay attention,
Maybe
Jess.
Outer Worlds.
You got to pay attention.
Maybe
No looking off elsewhere. So I don't have to repeat everything. Pay
I
attention.
was I was I was replying to someone in chat. Forgive me.
Google's Goggles Lens says, hey guys, with disc to digital, I went to all my discs and all of them are 316 OG. So this seems like really good for people that were basically all physical, but not much if you want all digital when it became the norm. As for my question now, that here is disc to digital, assuming the publisher does not block it. Physical is now a superior option. What What would have you guys switch to physical? Jez has mentioned space in the past, but for me, all my discs would be in an accordion case because I like function over looks. For me, it's the sunk costs. Not for rebuying, but for everything being digital and having a chunk being physical would be weird, even though it's basically digital once you have the license. Also, having a connection to my wish list would have me not wanting to try to do the same thing physically, if that makes sense. Not to mention all the games that just don't do physical. Also, for the bonus, it's Fable. I'm so excited for it. I mean, I made sure to mention, like, yeah, you can make the argument that physical is the better option now because like you get the disc and you get all the benefits of digital. For me, as for Jez, is I don't really want physical copies of games. I don't. It's not that I don't have space. It's just I don't want the clutter. And two, because you lose game share. Now maybe game share actually works, Jez, with this. Do we
It
know for
does.
sure? Also, like,
It does.
okay, well then there you go. Like, physical would be the better option. Um, I just really don't want to start buying physical games again. So I mean, I really don't have a good explanation for why I don't want to because I just said like the physical version is better because you get the digital copy and if it works with GameShare, then it's like why not? Because then you can't sell a
Mm.
digital copy of the game, but you can always sell the physical copy of the game. But
Me and my me and my girlfriend are on the cusp of getting our own place. So like, my fiance, sorry, and I would be like, oh, I've got the space now to buy discs. But the fact that I know they're going to be phased out, I'm kind of like in that mindset of like, once I start collecting it, I'll be irritated that my entire collection is not physical. And then I'll
mm,
also be irritated that like they're going to end, you know? So it's kind of like that dumb, kind of pointless, kind of, I suppose, arbitrary reason.
right,
But I
no,
think pretty clearly apparent that physical for Xbox is now the best way of doing it, which is ironic. Can you imagine saying that in years past?
no, absolutely
I
not,
can't.
for sure. Because like you'd be like, well, it doesn't give you the cloud version or the PC version, and there's no game share. But now that it does all that, then it's like, yeah, like the downside? There is none because usually you can get physical copies cheaper. So yeah, I mean, I know there's not a lot. Like I know, like I think I saw like Persona 6 isn't going to be on disc for Xbox, but will be for PlayStation. There are going to be some games that you won't be able
Ironic.
to get a physical disc for. So like your only solution is digital, and like so there is that.
There is that.
Uh, Shay Elephant says, "Happy Friday, Rand Jez. Last week I asked about DJ Hero, and then in Gamescom, a new guitar game, Stage Tour, just got announced. It makes me wonder why PlayStation never made any music games. If anyone, they
They
could
did.
be able to get a significant amount of music licenses from Sony for free. Thank you for the good show. I don't think they'd be able to get the licenses from Sony for free. They probably will still have to pay for them.
Yeah, they're a wholly owned subsidiary, so they would have to pay for them.
Yeah.
They get mates rates. But this is the thing, Sony actually did have a very popular music game that they shut down only a few years ago. And what was it? Was it called SingStar? I want to say
I think was SingStar that popular?
it was huge, bro. It
Oh,
was
okay.
huge. It was huge with the women, from
Mm,
what I understand. And yeah, SingStar uh was it's been there. It's like one of their OG fucking games. It's been there for like years and years and generations. And they shut it down, SingStar. So I guess it's not a music game, but it's a karaoke game, and it's kind of adjacent, right? And they shut it down. So I guess like there is like a licensing issue there, I suppose. And Microsoft had Groove Music and Zune, and we all know what happened to that. God rest its soul. God rest its soul.
God rest his
Um,
soul.
and now Microsoft owns Guitar Hero. The thing is about Guitar Hero, it's literally just a brand. They don't own any of the music. So that's where it becomes difficult and problematic, I suppose. You know. I don't know. I want to
Right.
believe that there's some universe where Microsoft could leverage Guitar Hero again, but if this game blows up, maybe they won't have to.
Yeah, we'll see. We got Frosty who says, "Hey guys, hope you're all doing well. In this era of grifting, There's something I see amplified all the time when it comes to video game discourse, and that's the writing and dialogue in a game, and if it's good or bad. For example, I didn't find Ghost of Tsushima's main story to be all that compelling, and found Jin to be quite a boring main character overall. But I did like some of the side character stories and found them to have more depth than Jin. I feel that the open world nature of the game and fatigue I got from it affected how Jin's in the main story was told. It also didn't help that I felt the first act of the game was a slow burn in terms of the story. However, I'm sure there would be many Ghost of Tsushima fans that would disagree with me and about my opinion. So in your opinion, what constitutes good or bad writing and dialogue in a game? Also, how much impact do you think the gameplay has on a game's story? Interesting
This is a really
question.
good, yeah, it's a really good and complicated question. And there's actually a lot of discourse in the World of Warcraft community about this right now because World of Warcraft's writing is, it's never been great or amazing or groundbreaking, but right now it's like the worst, arguably the worst it's ever been. It's like they're telling the same stories over and over again, but with just different characters, and it just feels like they've phoned it in and completely given up. And it feels like they've committed to this 8-week patch cadence, and it feels like because they've only got 8 weeks to produce the next bit of the story, they're kind of rushing it. It feels like, and not iterating on it, or you know, nobody's really saying anything. So I suppose what really constitutes good or bad writing is it's really hard to quantify in, if you're not like some kind of literary professor whose like job it is to critique that kind of stuff. It's like it's difficult for me to put into words what I consider to be good or bad writing. It's all about what I feel like, I suppose. And I suppose it's true for a lot of people. Like sometimes there's just things that are like blatantly dumb. Like if you watch the Twilight movies, for example, the Twilight movies are just
Yeah, I mean
they're
that's
so
that's
bad
more
they're
like
funny.
situations they're in and sentence structure, right? Because you like different books, like I'll read where you can definitely like you read certain stuff and you can definitely tell some authors are just better writers. Like they have better,
Yeah.
their prose is better. It conveys more emotions, and like sometimes it can be flowery, but then you'll have like some other books that kind of just get to the point. They did this, they said this, or what have you, and it's like
Yeah.
it reads faster because it's more standard, and
I think,
that might be fine for
sorry.
thrillers and mysteries, but there is like a special sense of like when you pick up a book and you read it and it's like it sometimes like reads like a poem almost, where like the writing is so lyrical. As for video games, like it is, I'll give you an example. I was playing Plague's Tale, right? And I would argue that for the most part the writing is good, decent. There are some examples of like the writing being poor. Like I was doing a puzzle, and I don't know if it's actually shown in the gameplay. And actually, I think it is. Where is something to do with spikes, where you have to step on the right spikes to move along, so they don't kill you. And you're with like a second character, so it has that like Uncharted Tomb Raider second character, where like you're saying stuff back and forth, right? And the second character says to Sophia, "Hey, don't get impaled on those spikes, or you'll die." Or she says like, basically, it's like, "Oh, you better not die, and if you do, I'll kill you." And I like literally rolled my eyes because the idea of like the second character saying, "If you die, I'll kill you," doesn't make any sense. It comes across as like super cringe dialogue because you're already in one sentence saying like you are dead. So like why then say like I'll kill you? And I know it's supposed to be like funny haha, but it just comes across as poor writing. Because like I sometimes you also sort of wonder like would you actually say that in like a real life situation? And I couldn't imagine saying to one of my friends, "Hey, dude, don't jump in there. You might die. You might die, and if you die, I'll kill you or whatever." It's like horrible writing. Um, but usually the better writing is in for things that are focused more on the story and the characters, like stuff like Baldur's Gate or like stuff like Mass Effect, where like character journeys and character arcs are central to the story they're telling. where like in other games the story is like kind of second nature and it doesn't matter as much, so you're not really concerned with dialogue or character stories. Like there's a lot of things you know, like foreshadowing and things you can place in there because you don't want twists and some of that sort of stuff to come out of nowhere. Like you want it to be properly heavily foreshadowed, not necessarily, well, not maybe not essentially heavily foreshadowed, but you want there to be hints for someone to pick up. Like especially if you deal with like a character that's about to go on an arc and which way they would choose. So like usually it's typically the RPGs and stuff that have the better writing because they're more character focused. And that's why I think a lot of people love like the Mass Effect characters. They wax lyrically about not necessarily Shepard, but about his teammates. Because that's where a lot of like
Yeah, it's true.
the good characterizations when they think of God, I'm blanking on it, like the Doctor for Mass Effect 2 and 3, the Solarian Doctor. God, I can't think of his name right now. You know what I'm talking about, right? Or like Rex, or you know Garrus.
Grunt.
No, not Grunt. Rex is the Krogan. I'm talking about the Solarian Doctor that you meet in 2 and is also
Oh,
there in
Morden.
3. Morden, right?
Morden.
Like those sort of things that stick out to you because the character was so well defined by the dialogue and the character actions that they made sense because the character was well formed. It wasn't like the character was one way, but like his actions and his words said something differently. It was like that's that's how like a lot of like that's how those characters stand the test of time. And if they're not well
Yeah.
done, like you just forget about them and they don't stand out. Like you know, I've read a lot of things, seen a lot of things, so like yeah, like I forget his name's Morden, but I still remember the missions with him, and I still remember him and talking to him and stuff. Like, there's so many different like characters from all these different books and everything I read that sometimes it like I just don't have room in my head anymore, you know.
Yeah, for
Uh,
sure. I
but
think one of the things about good and bad writing these days is like a lot of the characters are written in a very homogenistic, safe kind of way. And I do think like there's this whole right wing sort of grifting thing about like not wanting to offend people. But I do think from certain studios and certain like locations of studios, I feel this a lot as a European, like watching American discourse. I do feel like there is this genuine sort of effort to try not to offend anyone. And you do get to a situation where it's like, oh well, all the characters are behaving the same way because like we have to make sure that everything looks a certain way and has all this kind of compliance, um, and you get this sort of like I don't know, uh, this homogeneity. Like there's no other way of describing it, where every character starts feeling the same, and you know the studio from how bland things can feel. You know, I think there's a difference between like um you know wanting to be sort of politically correct in some ways, but also acknowledging the nuance and spectrum of the human condition. Like, well, like Warcraft, for example. Warcraft is a franchise that is designed around war, and there was a huge backlash when one of the Warcraft directors said something like, "We wish we hadn't called it Warcraft because we find the word war to be intimidating, or we think people were put off by the word war in the name." And it just kind of like makes you think like if you're trying to design a game for everyone, you're designing a game for no one. And I think that extends to writing. If you try and make a character that appeals to everyone, you're not going to make a character that appeals to anyone. You know, because like literally no human does that. No human appeals to everyone except for maybe Dolly Parton. Rest in peace.
yeah,
But I don't know. But what constitutes good writing is very subjective. It's in the eye of the beholder. Like something that I think is good writing. Like a lot of people hate on Elden Ring's writing style. I personally love the way Elden Ring's written because it sparks the imagination. Like they drip feed you very intentional morsels of information, and then your imagination fills in some of the blanks, and nothing can compete with human imagination. It's a lot of what makes Elden Ring's writing good is the vibe almost. You know, it's vibe based writing almost, and they fucking nail it. You know, and I wish like more studios would be like, you know, actually we don't need so much dialogue here. We don't need to tell people things. People aren't stupid. Let them find things. You know. I think like the way Elden Ring's world building is written, where a lot of it comes from like item descriptions or inference. I think that is amazing. And crucially, it's probably cost efficient compared to hiring like Hollywood actors to do shitloads of motion capture. Like, how are you telling me that Elden Ring has better writing and a better story, despite having like orders of magnitude less dialogue than some of the like a Dragon Age Veilguard, for example, which I think is a game that I would consider to have pretty shitty writing, you know. So I don't know, but again, it's someone else might think Dragon Age of Valguard is amazing, right? You know, so some people might think Twilight's got amazing, right? I don't know, and there's
I
certainly
don't think
people
any.
who've
I don't think
criticised
anybody.
that.
I mean, sure you might have.
13-year-old,
Some
13-year-old
15-year-old
might like it.
girls who love
Yeah.
Twilight think it's the tip top, but that's kind of like one of the things. Like for the first movie you watch is Boss Baby, and you watch a second movie, and you're like, I'm getting a lot of Boss Baby vibes from this. Because the only frame of reference is Twilight, so like you think it's the best. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah,
Well,
like
it's also like there's a target audience. Like Twilight was written for, you know,
yes.
teenagers. So like it's kind of it's melodramatic in the
Sure,
way
sure,
that like
but I'm sure
teenagers
they
are.
would grow up, and then you'd
You know,
realize, like there's some like
this is the
younger
worst thing
books you
ever.
like where you read back like books for like young people, and then you grow up and you reread them again, and you're like, oh yeah, this wasn't as like written as well. Like there is a book series that essentially got me into reading like fantasy and reading more that like I reread so many times, and I think I started rereading it recently, and like even though I really enjoy the story, like it's not as like amazing as it was when I read it when I was 15. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Like I can see the flaws. Like I didn't know what I was looking for back then. Like it was just I'm on this adventure, with this stuff, and it's like I was just I was like I was in another world, and like everything was great. But then you get I don't know, you get older and you read a lot more and experience life more, and you read that stuff, and it's just like, oh yeah, there's problems with that, this here and that there and that this, and it's like, it's like, oh yeah, sometimes it's like, man, this is that magic when you're young and you just read something that catches your imagination, and you just kind of gloss over some of the flaws it may have because you don't know any better, essentially, right?
Mm.
But yeah. We have good old Conwood who says, hello, Jez, and happy birthday, Rand. Thank you. Obviously, when I went to check the email for this week's podcast questions, Patreon said I needed to update my Patreon subscription to be able to submit questions. Thing was, I thought I was already paying it because I had been contributing questions previously, and then at the start of the podcast, Rand read my name out, something I haven't heard before. Has there been any recent changes you made to the Patreon since the big change Jez made some months ago? Anyway, my question,
No.
what gets released first, Horizon 3 or Gear 6?
Oh, good question. I think Gear 6 because they are efficient and they've got the engine now. So I think Gear 6 gets released first. But the reason the Patreon stuff, like when I first submitted the Q&A thread, I fucked it up and I made it VIP only. And then you upgraded to VIP, and VIPs is the tier where you get the shout out. So if you want Mr. Collingwood, I can refund you the upgrade because that was my mistake. And also Chris M and C Woody, who I see also upgraded. Let send me a message and I will refund you if you didn't mean to do that upgrade because it was my mistake. So sorry about that. It's because I did it off my phone and I think I tapped on the wrong tiers when I set the thread up. So sorry about that. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
what do you think, Rand? Do you think Gears E-Day 2 or Gears 6 releases first or Horizon? I suppose he's talking Horizon Zero Dawn, right?
Yeah, he's talking about that because they still have to release Hunter's Gathering.
Hunter's Gathering is gonna be such a flop.
Yeah, assuming they just
Oh
don't
man,
drop that game.
cancel it. Yeah.
Uh, well, I mean, you think like what, 4 years, 5 years? I mean, maybe they both come out at the same time. I could see that happening. Um, I'm gonna say Horizon 3 because I think Jason said they already had some people working on it. Where I doubt there's any work being done for Gear 6 yet. Oh no, Gear 6 as in Gear 6? Oh, well that's easy. Horizon 3. Like there's never gonna be a Gear 6. You know? He's not talking about Gears 80 ED2, Jez. He's talking about Horizon 3.
Okay.
There's never going to be a Gear 6, so the easy answer for that is ED. Or Horizon 3. Pat Rock says, did the Elder Scrolls 6 trailer ever get shared by PlayStation on YouTube or Twitter when it came out? I'm sure it did. But I mean, I don't think it means it. I don't think it. Well, I don't know because I don't think it had any platforms, so I don't know if it was. But then again, it doesn't matter. I mean, that was what almost 10 years ago. It hasn't been announced for any platforms.
Was it seriously almost 10 years ago?
It's 2018. So, yeah, a long, long time ago, in a galaxy far, far away. Dang. Anyways, Jez, do you have anything else you want to talk about before we end the show? Is there anything on your mind?
Nah. Let's rock on out of here. I need the bathroom.
All right. Well, thank you guys for hanging out with us on this Friday, the 28th of August. Thanks for all the happy birthday wishes. Appreciate each and every one of you. Leave us a like. Subscribe if you haven't. Check out our sponsor, surfshark.com/XB2 for 86% off a 2-year deal. Protect yourself online with the VPN. And you can support us on Patreon a little bit more directly, patreon.com/XB2. We get a whole bunch of features and perks and exclusives and all that good stuff. Hope everybody enjoys the rest of their weekend. And we'll see you next week. Later. Keep it gaming.
Keep it gaming, guys.